Tonight we're climbing, slowly, up the side of a mountain that doesn't quite exist, into the cloud-damp living room of a family so spectacularly dysfunctional that they make every holiday dinner you've ever survived look like a model of restraint. This is Mount Olympus. The air smells like ozone and roasting meat and faintly of someone's wounded pride. Somewhere below, an entire civilization is leaving out bowls of wine and honey and hoping, very sincerely, that nobody up here notices them today. That's the place we're settling into. Not the polished marble version from the museum gift shop, but the real one. The one the ancient Greeks actually believed in. A world where the thunder had a temper and a name, where the sea could hold a grudge for 10 years, and where the difference between a good harvest and a ruined one might come down to whether some god felt adequately complimented that season. We have a lot of ground to cover, you and I. Centuries of it. Gods, monsters, heroes with more confidence than sense, and a truly staggering number of people who got turned into trees. If you find this pleasant, and only if you do, a like helps more people stumble onto this little corner of the dark, and a subscribe means the next one finds you. Leave a comment with where you are and what your local time is right now. Dim the lights or switch them off. Get comfortable, set your phone aside or face down, and turn the brightness all the way down. Then let's wonder about a few things together. Why did the king of the gods keep turning himself into farm animals? What exactly was in the river that the dead had to cross, and why did it cost money? Who decided that a woman opening a jar would explain every bad thing that has ever happened? Why was there a god specifically in charge of the awkward boundary stones between two farmers' fields? What did ambrosia actually taste like, and why was nobody allowed to describe it? How do you accidentally start a decade-long war by handing a piece of fruit to the wrong person? And what sort of family produces a son who overthrows his father, who had himself overthrown his own father? You're seeing the pattern. But to understand any of it, we have to start before the gods, before Olympus, before there was even an up or a down to climb between. We have to start with nothing, and then slightly less than nothing. In the oldest version of the story, before there was a single thing to point at, there was chaos. Not chaos the way we mean it, not a messy room or a bad morning, but a vast, yawning, formless gap. And nothing so complete it didn't even have edges. The Greek poet Hesiod, who wrote this all down around 2,700 years ago, and is essentially our oldest surviving gossip columnist for the divine, says simply that chaos came first. Out of that gap, things began to be. Not made by anyone, there was no one yet to make them, but simply emerging the way condensation appears on a cold glass without anyone deciding it should. First came Gaia, the earth, broad and steady and the closest thing this whole story has to a reliable adult. Then came Tartarus, a pit so deep below the earth that if you dropped an anvil from the sky it would fall for 9 days before reaching the ground, and then fall the same distance again to reach the bottom. And then came Eros, desire, the urge for things to come together and make more things, which is the ancient world's tidy way of explaining why, from this point on, absolutely everyone is about to start having children at an alarming rate. Gaia the Earth got the whole dynasty started more or less on her own. She brought forth Uranus, the starry sky, to cover her on all sides and be an equal to her, and then, in the way of this story, promptly married him. We're going to encounter a great deal of this. The family tree of Greek mythology is less a tree and more a single dense shrub that keeps grafting back onto itself, and I'd advise you not to think too hard about it tonight. Just let the names roll past like stops on a train you're too sleepy to get off of. Gaia and Uranus had children, a lot of them. The first batch were the Titans, 12 enormous beings who were, by the standards of what came later, almost reasonable. Then came the Cyclopes, 3 of them, each with a single eye in the middle of the forehead and a real gift for metalwork. And then came the third batch, and here Uranus seems to have lost his nerve as a father entirely, because the 100-handed ones were exactly what they sound like, each with 50 heads and 100 arms, and Uranus took one look at his newest sons and decided he simply could not cope. So he hid them. He pushed them back down into the body of the earth, into Gaia herself, and would not let them be born into the light. Which is, when you sit with it, a profoundly uncomfortable thing to do to your own children and your own wife simultaneously, and Gaia was not having it. The earth, in pain and furious, did what put upon mothers in these stories tend to do. She made a plan. And she made a tool for the plan, fashioning a great jagged sickle out of grey flint. Then she gathered her children, the Titans, and asked which of them was willing to help her deal with their father. And there was a long, awkward silence of the kind that happens at every family meeting when someone asks for a volunteer for the unpleasant job. The Titans, enormous and powerful, all suddenly found their sandals very interesting. All except the youngest. His name was Cronus, and you should remember him, because he is about to set in motion the single most repetitive cycle of bad parenting in the history of storytelling. Cronus stepped forward and said, essentially, that he had never liked his father much anyway, and he would do it. What happened next is the foundational unpleasantness of the entire Greek cosmos, and I'm going to tell it to you the soft way, because it is genuinely a lot. Cronus lay in wait, and when Uranus next came to embrace the earth, Cronus struck at him with the flint sickle and, in a single decisive act, ended his father's reign and his father's, let us say, capacity to father any further children. The sky was separated from the earth permanently, which is the mythological explanation for why they no longer touch, why there is a gap of air between the ground and the stars where once there was none. And from the wound where drops fell upon the earth, more beings sprang up, because in this universe nothing is ever wasted and everything has consequences. From those drops came the Furies, 3 spirits whose entire job is to punish people who harm their own family, which is a deeply pointed thing to be born from this particular moment. The Furies will be back. They have, you might say, generational job security. So that is how the very first king of everything was overthrown by his own son. Uranus, withdrawing to the far reaches of the sky, left his son Cronus with one parting gift, a prophecy, hissed out like a curse. You did this to me, he said, and one day a child of yours will do the very same to you. Cronus, newly crowned, master of all creation, heard this and tucked it away in the back of his mind, where it would sit and fester and slowly poison every good thing that came after. He took his sister Rhea as his wife, settled into his father's throne, and began what the Greeks remembered, a little wistfully, as a golden age. The Greeks, when they pictured the time of Cronus's reign, imagined something they could only describe by everything it lacked. There was no labour in the golden age. The earth gave up its fruit without anyone having to plant or plough or sweat. There was no winter to prepare against, and no old age to dread. People lived easily, gently, and when their time came they simply slipped into sleep and did not wake, and even that was painless. There were no laws, because no one needed them. There were no locks, because no one took what wasn't theirs. It is, you'll notice, a fantasy assembled entirely out of the things the people telling it were tired of: work, weather, weakness, and one another. Cronus presided over all this from his throne, and by every account those years were genuinely good. The trouble was that Cronus could not enjoy them. His father's prophecy sat in him like a swallowed stone. One of your own children will overthrow you, just as you overthrew me. And the longer he ruled, the more that thought wound itself around his every waking hour, until he arrived at a solution so monstrous and so simple that it tells you everything about the kind of king he'd become. His wife Rhea began to have children, bright, strong, immortal children, the first of the gods we'd recognize. And as each one was born, Cronus took the newborn and swallowed it whole. Down it went, into the dark of him, where it could not grow, could not plot, could not ever climb a throne, a living child sealed away inside its own father so that it could never replace him. He did this 5 times. 5 children, each one carried for the full term, each one delivered into the world, and then, in the same hour, taken from it. Not ended, exactly, because gods cannot truly end, but folded away into a living darkness, which is arguably worse. Rhea, the mother, endured this 5 times. And if you have been keeping a careful emotional ledger tonight, you will already know that no mother in this story endures that kind of thing forever. She, like Gaia before her, was about to make a plan, and the 6th child, the one she would manage to hide, the one who would grow up far away in a hidden cave, with the sound of clashing bronze drowning out his infant cries so his father couldn't hear, that 6th child was named Zeus. The cave was on the island of Crete, and the noise was the whole point. Rhea, pregnant for the 6th time, and entirely finished watching her children disappear, had gone to her mother Gaia and her absent father Uranus for help, because in this family you settle scores by recruiting the previous generation against the current one. They told her where to go and what to do, and so when her time came she slipped away to Crete in secret, and brought the child into the world in the deep dark of a cave on a mountainside, far from Cronus and his endless swallowing hunger. Then came the trick. Rhea wrapped a stone, an ordinary large stone about the size of a newborn, in swaddling cloth, and carried that bundle back to her husband with all the weary tenderness of a mother presenting her latest child. And Cronus, who had never once paused to actually look at what he was doing, took the bundle and swallowed it whole, stone and swaddling and all, satisfied that he had once again outwitted destiny. He had swallowed a rock. He felt great about it. This is, I gently point out, a king who has now consumed 5 children and 1 piece of geology, and noticed no difference between them, which should tell you something about how closely he was paying attention to his own life. The real child stayed hidden in the cave, and here the story gets wonderfully strange in the way old myths do when they're trying to explain a local custom. Baby Zeus was raised by nymphs, and in some versions nursed by a divine goat named Amalthea, whose name you may want to hold on to, because that goat is going to do more for the future king of the gods than most of his actual relatives ever will. And to keep the infant's cries from carrying down the mountain to his father's sharp ears, a group of armoured attendants called the Curetes danced around the cave entrance, clashing their spears against their shields, drumming and shouting and making a tremendous racket divine babysitting by way of a heavy metal concert. Every time the baby wailed, the bronze rang out and swallowed the sound. Cronus, far away on his throne, heard only what sounded like young men being boisterous, and thought nothing of it. So Zeus grew, quietly hidden, nursed on goat's milk and honey, dandled by nymphs, guarded by the clamour of dancing soldiers. He grew strong and clever, and full of a very particular kind of patience, the patience of someone who has been told from infancy exactly what he was born to do. And when he was grown, he came down off the mountain to do it. He needed help, and his first ally was an unexpected one. There was a Titaness named Meti, whose name means something like cunning or wise counsel. She was in essence the smartest being in creation, and she's going to matter enormously later in a way you won't see coming. Meti gave Zeus not a weapon but a potion, a mixture that would make Cronus violently sick. The plan was elegant and a little gross. Zeus, disguised, got close enough to his father to slip him the draught, and Cronus, that great swallower of children, was suddenly and powerfully made to bring everything back up. Out came the stone first, the decoy, the swaddled rock he'd eaten last. And then, one by one, out came the children, fully grown now, having spent years sealed in the dark of their father, waiting for exactly this moment. 3 sisters and 2 brothers, alive and immortal and absolutely furious. Their names were Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades and Poseidon. And with Zeus that makes 6, the first 6 Olympians, reunited at last, and united by the single shared experience of having been eaten by their dad. The stone, by the way, did not go to waste. Zeus set it up at a sacred site called Delphi, planted in the earth as a marker, and for centuries afterward you could go and actually see it. A real stone that real pilgrims really visited, pointed out to travellers as the very rock that Cronus swallowed in place of the king of the gods. The Greeks loved a physical souvenir from a cosmic event. The myth was vast and unprovable, but the stone, at least, you could touch. What followed was war. Not a skirmish, not a palace coup, but a full and grinding 10-year conflict that the Greeks called the Titanomachy, the Battle of the Titans. On one side stood Cronus and most of the Titans, the old order, the reigning generation. On the other stood Zeus and his 5 freed siblings, the new gods, the children come back to collect on their father's prophecy. And for 10 years the 2 sides fought to a standstill, neither able to break the other, the whole young cosmos shaking with it. What finally tipped the balance was memory. Zeus remembering who else his grandfather had locked away. Down in the pit of Tartarus, you'll recall, were the Cyclopes and the 100-handed ones, those earliest, strangest children whom Uranus had buried and Cronus had simply left imprisoned, because tyrants rarely free the people their predecessors feared. Zeus went down into the pit, released them, and gained both their loyalty and their gifts. The 100-handed ones, with their 50 heads and 100 arms apiece, could hurl 100 boulders at once, an artillery barrage made of relatives. And the Cyclopes, those single-eyed master smiths, gave Zeus the weapon that would define him forever, the thunderbolt. They forged it for him in gratitude, and from that day the lightning was his to throw. You can guess how the war ended after that. The new gods, armed with thunder and backed by 100-handed bombardment, overwhelmed the Titans at last. Cronus and his defeated allies were bound and cast down into Tartarus, that same pit, the deepest dark there is, the 9 days falling place, and the 100-handed ones were stationed at its gates as eternal guards. Which is a satisfying bit of justice when you consider they'd once been prisoners there themselves. The old king who had swallowed his children to escape his fate was now sealed in the lightless deep by those very children. The prophecy had come true, exactly as Uranus promised it would, exactly as Cronus had tried so desperately to prevent. And if you are feeling, somewhere in your sleepy mind, that this is the same story you heard at the start of the night, the son overthrowing the father who overthrew his father, then you are paying better attention than Cronus ever did. That is the pattern. That is the dread that now settles, quietly, onto the shoulders of the victorious young Zeus, who has just learned by direct example that kings in this family do not keep their thrones by being kind. He will spend a great deal of his reign listening for the same prophecy his father heard, and he will try in his own way to outsmart it. We'll see how that goes. With the war won, 3 brothers stood as the new masters of creation, and they did something almost unheard of in this story. They divided the inheritance peacefully. They drew lots, 3 brothers casting lots for the universe like siblings dividing up a house after a parent is gone, which in a sense is precisely what they were doing. Zeus drew the sky, and with it the role of king, lord of the heavens and the thunder, first among them all. Poseidon drew the sea, every ocean and river mouth and the deep places under the waves, and a temperament to match it, by turns calm and shattering. And Hades, the eldest brother, drew the realm beneath the earth, the land of the departed, the kingdom of all those who had finished living. The earth itself and Mount Olympus they agreed to share in common, neutral ground for all of them. It was, on paper, a fair split. But you may have noticed that one brother got the bright halls of heaven, and one got the glittering sea, and one got the silent country of the dead. And you may already suspect that the brother who drew the dead is not going to feel that the lots fell entirely evenly. Hold that thought. We'll go down to him later, when the night is darker and quieter and better suited to it. For now the new order was set. The Olympians had their kingdom. And the very first thing a new royal household does, once the war is won and the territory is split, is start to fill out its ranks, which in this family means marriages, and affairs, and a sprawling next generation of gods, and at least one wife who is going to spend the rest of eternity being absolutely magnificent and absolutely impossible to live with. Her name is Hera, and she has just survived being eaten by her father and winning a 10-year war, and she is in no mood to be trifled with by anyone, least of all her brother, who is about to become her husband. Because of course he is, Hera did not by any account want to marry her brother. This is worth sitting with for a moment, because Hera tends to come down to us through the myths as the jealous wife, the nagging queen, the one forever scheming against Zeus's various companions, and that reputation flattens her into something much smaller than she was. She was one of the children swallowed and freed. She fought in the war. She was, in the original reckoning, a goddess of enormous dignity and power in her own right, worshipped at some of the oldest and grandest temples in all of Greece, older in some places than the worship of Zeus himself. She was not a minor character who happened to marry up. And when Zeus set his sights on her, she turned him down flat. So Zeus cheated. He did the thing he is going to do, in one form or another. For the entire rest of this story, he transformed himself. On a cold day he took the shape of a small bird, a cuckoo, bedraggled and shivering and pitiful, and let himself be buffeted about in a storm near where Hera was. She, seeing the poor frozen creature, took pity and gathered it to her chest to warm it, at which point Zeus resumed his true form, having engineered the entire situation, and Hera, trapped by her own kindness into a compromising position, agreed to marry him. It is not a romantic story. It's a story about a powerful woman being manoeuvred, and the Greeks knew it was that, and they told it that way on purpose. Because it explains the marriage they're about to describe, a union that produces a great deal of thunder and very little peace. Their wedding, though, was a genuine event of cosmic importance. Gaia herself, the old earth, gave Hera a gift, a tree that grew golden apples, planted in a far western garden at the edge of the world, tended by nymphs called the Hesperides, and guarded by a dragon that never slept. Remember that orchard. A hero is going to have to rob it eventually, and the dragon is going to be very put out about it. The honeymoon, some say, lasted 300 years on an island far away, and you can decide for yourself whether that says more about their devotion or about how long it takes two people that's stubborn to run out of things to argue about. Because argue they did. Zeus was constitutionally incapable of fidelity. He pursued goddesses, nymphs, and mortal women in an unbroken procession across the centuries, fathering an enormous portion of the gods and heroes you'll meet tonight. And Hera, as goddess of marriage itself, took every single betrayal as both a personal wound and a professional insult. She could not strike at Zeus directly. He was the king, and stronger than her, and protected by his thunder. So she struck at the only targets within reach, the women he pursued and the children they bore. Much of what we remember as Hera's cruelty is, looked at squarely, the rage of someone forbidden from confronting the actual guilty party, taking aim instead at the people he kept dragging into her marriage. She is the patron of an institution her own husband will not stop violating, and she spends eternity furious about it, and honestly, who could blame her? Their children together tell you something about the marriage too. There was Ares, the god of war, not the noble strategy of battle, but the raw butchery of it, the bloodlust and the chaos, and even his own parents didn't much like him. Zeus is recorded, in one poem, telling Ares directly that of all his children Ares is the one most hateful to him, which is a remarkable thing to say to your son, even for this family. There was Hephaestus, the smith of the gods, about whom much more in a moment, because his story is one of the strangest and most sympathetic in the whole pantheon. And there was Hebe, goddess of youth, who served the wine at the gods' feasts before that job passed to someone else, and Eileithyia, goddess of childbirth, who is going to be deliberately delayed at a very important birth later on as part of one of Hera's schemes. This is a family where even the goddess of being born can be weaponized in a marital dispute. Let me tell you about Hephaestus, because he deserves better than the footnote he usually gets. He was, depending on which version you follow, the son of both Zeus and Hera, or, in the pettier and more interesting version, conceived by Hera alone, out of spite. Because Zeus had managed to produce a child without her, and she was determined to prove she could do the same. Either way, Hephaestus was born with a physical difference, a lameness in his legs, and his own mother, repulsed that her son was not flawless, did something genuinely awful. She threw him from the heights of Olympus, casting him out of heaven because he did not look the way a god was supposed to look. He fell for a full day and landed in the sea, where he was taken in and raised by sea goddesses in a cave beneath the waves. And there, far from the family that had rejected him, this cast-off child became the greatest craftsman in all creation. He built himself a forge and learned to make things, not just weapons and armour, but wonders, self-opening gates, mechanical servants made of gold that could move and think and speak, thrones of impossible beauty. He was the only Olympian who worked, who got his hands dirty, who made rather than merely commanded, and there is something profoundly dignified in that. The rejected son building marvels in exile, while the beautiful gods above contributed nothing but their opinions. And he got his revenge, eventually, in the most elegant way imaginable. He crafted a throne of dazzling gold and sent it up to Olympus as a gift for his mother Hera. She, delighted, sat down upon it and instantly found herself bound fast, locked in place by invisible, unbreakable chains worked into the metal itself, unable to rise. None of the gods could free her. They tried everything, and the only one who could release her was the Maker, who was not inclined to hurry. He had to be coaxed back up to Olympus, and the only god who could manage it was Dionysus, who got Hephaestus thoroughly drunk and led him home in a swaying procession to finally release the Queen of Heaven from the chair her own son had built, to teach her a lesson about throwing him off a mountain. The Greeks found this story delicious, and so do I, and I suspect somewhere in you, half asleep, you do too. They married him off partly as a reward and partly as an apology to Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and desire, the single most desired being in all creation, wedded to the one god who had been cast out for not being beautiful enough. You can imagine how well that went. Aphrodite did not exactly honour the arrangement, and her ongoing companionship with Ares, the war god, was the worst kept secret on Olympus, and led to one of the great comic episodes of the myths, in which Hephaestus, tipped off and quietly furious, forged a net so fine it was nearly invisible and so strong nothing could break it, and arranged it over his own marriage bed. When Ares and Aphrodite next met there, the net dropped and held them both fast, and Hephaestus flung open the doors and called in all the other gods to come and look. The gods came, and they looked, and, this being the family it is, they mostly just laughed, and a few of the younger gods reportedly remarked that being caught in that particular net might be worth the embarrassment. Nobody comes out of this story with their dignity, except possibly the blacksmith, who at least made his point. Now I've given you Hera and her children and the tangled, bitter, oddly tender machinery of the first divine marriage, but I've skipped past the goddess at the centre of that last episode, and she deserves her own telling, because Aphrodite's origins are older and stranger than almost anyone's. Cast your mind all the way back to the very beginning of the night, to the first overthrow, to Cronus and the flint sickle, and to what fell from that wound into the churning sea. The foam gathered there, the story goes, and from the white sea foam something began to take shape, and rose, and was carried on a shell to shore, fully grown and impossibly lovely Aphrodite, born not of any mother or father in the ordinary way, but of the sea and the sky and that first violent act at the dawn of things. She is, by this reckoning, older than Zeus, older than the Olympians entirely. Desire, you'll remember, was one of the very first forces to emerge from the Great Gap, and here she is given a face and a name. The oldest urge in creation, walking up out of the waves onto the sand. There's a gentler version too, where she's simply a daughter of Zeus like everyone else, and the Greeks held both stories at once without much worrying about the contradiction. Because a goddess of desire benefits from being a little hard to pin down. What everyone agreed on was her power, which was not the power of strength or thunder, but something quieter and far more difficult to defend against. She could make anyone love anyone. Gods, mortals, monsters, her own colleagues, none of them were safe from it, and she used it freely and not always kindly. And a great many of the disasters waiting further along in tonight's story can be traced back, if you follow the thread, to Aphrodite deciding that two particular people ought to fall for each other regardless of the consequences. The whole Trojan War, the one we'll spend a long stretch of the night inside, begins with her making a promise about exactly this kind of love. But that's hours away yet. We've assembled most of the first family, the king and his impossible queen, the rejected smith and his unfaithful bride, the foam-born goddess older than the throne itself. There are more Olympians still to meet, the brighter and stranger ones, the twins born on a floating island and the grey-eyed daughter, who came into the world in the most alarming way any god ever has. There was a prophecy. There's always a prophecy. And this one concerned the wise Titanus Meti, the same clever ally who had brewed the potion that freed Zeus's siblings from their father's belly. After the war was won, Zeus and Metis became companions, and she conceived a child. And word reached Zeus, from Gaia and the old powers who keep track of these things, of what that child would become. A daughter first, fierce and wise, equal to her father, and then, if Meti bore a second child, a son who would overthrow Zeus and take his throne, exactly as Zeus had overthrown Cronus, exactly as Cronus had overthrown Uranus. The pattern again. The same dread passed down like an heirloom nobody wants, but everyone inherits. And here Zeus did something so strange and so characteristic that it tells you he had learnt precisely the wrong lesson from his own father. Cronus had swallowed his children to escape his fate. Zeus, faced with the identical warning, decided to swallow the mother. He coaxed Meti into a small form, in some tellings a fly, and consumed her whole, cunning and all, before the second child could ever be conceived. He took the wisest being in creation and folded her away inside himself, and in doing so became, the Greeks rather slyly suggest, wise himself, carrying her counsel forever in his own chest. He didn't defeat cleverness, he absorbed it. It's the same monstrous act his father committed, dressed up as cunning instead of fear, and the family resemblance is the whole point. But the daughter was already growing, and sometime later Zeus was struck by a headache, a colossal, splitting, world-wringing headache, the worst pain a god had ever felt, building and building until he could not bear it. He called for Hephaestus, the smith, and asked him to do something about it, and Hephaestus, in what must be the most alarming medical procedure ever described, took up an axe and struck his father's skull open. And out of the opening sprang Athena, fully grown, fully armoured, with a spear in her hand and a war cry on her lips, leaping from her father's head into the light. No infancy, no childhood, no helplessness. She arrived complete, the goddess of wisdom and of strategy, of the disciplined and clever side of war that her half-brother Ares could never understand. Ares was the chaos of battle, Athena was the plan. She was, from the first instant, her father's favourite, the one child he never feared, because she had emerged not as a rival, but as an extension of his own absorbed wisdom, Metis's daughter, carrying her mother's mind, born from the head of the king himself. Athena kept her own counsel and her own company. Of all the goddesses, she was the one who never married and never took a companion, holding herself apart, defined by her mind rather than by desire. She became the patron of the great city that bears her name, Athens, and she won that honour in a contest you may know. The city was new and needed a divine patron, and both Athena and her uncle Poseidon wanted it. Each offered a gift. Poseidon struck the rock of the Acropolis with his trident and brought forth a spring of water, but it was salt water, the sea's own gift, useless for drinking, magnificent and impractical, which is Poseidon all over. Athena planted an olive tree, and the people, asked to choose, chose the olive, because the tree gave them oil and food and wood and shade, gave them something useful for generations, and that practical wisdom is exactly what she stood for. Poseidon took the loss, about as well as you'd expect from a god whose entire temperament is the sea, and his resentment of clever cities is a thread that'll come up again when we reach a certain very clever sailor trying to get home. Now, while Athena was being born out of a headache, there was another birth happening at the far edge of the world, 2 of them, actually, twins, and the circumstances were dire, because their mother had made the unforgivable error of catching Zeus's eye. Her name was Leto, a gentle titaness, and Zeus loved her, and she was carrying his children, and Hera, learning of it, was incandescent. She could not punish Zeus, so she punished Leto in the most thorough way she could devise. She forbade her from giving birth on any solid ground, anywhere on the earth under the open sky. Hera commanded the land itself to refuse her, and so poor Leto wandered, heavily pregnant and in growing pain, turned away from every shore and every field and every mountainside, because no place dared defy the Queen of Heaven and let her rest. She was saved by a technicality, which is a very Greek way to be saved. There was an island called Delos, and Delos was not, at that time, fixed to the earth. It floated, a bare rocky island drifting on the sea, anchored to nothing. And because it was anchored to nothing, it was not, strictly speaking, the earth, in the way Hera's command described. Leto came to this floating island and begged it for refuge, promising that the child she carried would honour it forever, would make this barren rock the most celebrated of all the islands. And Delos, which had nothing to lose and everything to gain, agreed. Even then Hera was not finished. She kept her daughter Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, the one whose presence is required for any birth to happen at all, up on Olympus, away from the island so that Leto could labour but could not deliver, trapped in pain that could not end. For 9 days and 9 nights Leto suffered on Delos, unable to bring her children into the world, until at last the other goddesses, taking pity, bribed Eileithyia with a magnificent necklace to slip away from Hera and come down to the island. And the moment she arrived, the birth could finally happen. First came Artemis, and then, in the detail the Greeks loved best, the newborn Artemis, minutes old, immediately helped her mother deliver her twin brother, becoming a goddess of childbirth herself in the same hour she was born into it. The brother was Apollo, and the floating island, the moment those two were born upon it, was rewarded as promised. 4 great pillars rose from the deep and anchored Delos to the floor of the sea, fixing it in place forever, the wandering rock made permanent because 2 gods had first drawn breath there. These twins became 2 of the brightest and most important of all the Olympians. Apollo was the god of light, of the sun in its ordered course, of music and poetry. He carried a golden lyre and led the muses in their songs, and also, in a combination the Greeks saw no contradiction in, the god of healing and of plague, the one who could cure sickness or send it, depending on his mood. He was the god of prophecy too, and his great oracle at Delphi, yes, the same Delphi where the swallowed stone was kept, became the most important spiritual site in the entire Greek world, a place where kings and farmers alike came to ask the future, and went home puzzling over answers deliberately tangled enough to mean 2 things at once. We'll spend real time at Delphi later, with the strange priestess and the smoke and the riddles, because it deserves it. Artemis took the opposite path from her brother's sunlit one. She asked her father Zeus, while still a child, for a particular set of gifts, to remain unmarried and free forever, to roam the wild mountains and forests, to have a bow and a band of nymph companions and a pack of hunting hounds, and to be the goddess of all the untamed places and the wild creatures in them. She wanted the wilderness and her independence, and Zeus, charmed, granted all of it. She became the huntress, moving through the moonlit forests with her companions, fiercely protective of her solitude and of the young of every creature, and absolutely unforgiving toward anyone who intruded on either. There's a hunter named Actaeon who will learn this the hard way later, when he stumbles where he shouldn't, and discovers that catching even an accidental glimpse of this particular goddess carries a price that turns the hunter into the hunted. But the moon is barely up in our story. We'll save him for deeper dark. So now the family is nearly whole. We have the grey-eyed strategist born from a headache, and the radiant twins born on a rock that used to float, the archer of the sun and the huntress of the moon, brother and bright sister. There remain a few more to gather before the household of Olympus is complete, a swift messenger with wings on his sandals who is also, somehow, the patron of both travellers and thieves, a goddess of grain whose grief is going to invent winter itself, and the strange latecomer, the god of wine and wildness and a kind of holy madness, who was carried, the stories insist, in his own father's thigh. You can always spot Hermes coming, the story goes, because something is usually missing afterward. He was born in a cave on a mountain in Arcadia, the son of Zeus and a shy nymph named Maia, who lived quietly and wanted no part of Hera's attention, and Hermes was, without competition, the most precocious infant in the entire pantheon. He was born in the morning. By midday he had climbed out of his cradle, and by evening of that same first day of his life he had invented a musical instrument. stolen a herd of cattle from a god, and lied so convincingly to that god's face that the matter had to be taken all the way up to Zeus. That is one day. Most newborns manage to focus their eyes. Here's how it went. The infant Hermes, restless in his cradle, slipped out and toddled off and came upon a tortoise, and rather than doing anything a baby would do, he saw the curve of its shell and conceived fully formed the idea of the lyre. He hollowed out the shell, stretched strings across it, and made the first one, plucking out a tune on an instrument that had not existed an hour before. Then, pleased with himself, he went looking for further entertainment, and found the cattle of his half-brother Apollo grazing in a field. So he stole them, all 50 of them, and because he was already on day one a criminal genius, he drove them backward, so their hoof-prints pointed the wrong way and made it look as though they'd walked toward the herd rather than away from it, and he wore sandals he'd woven out of bark to disguise his own tracks. Then he tucked the cattle away in a hidden cave, strolled home, and climbed back into his cradle, pulling his blanket up and pretending to be exactly what he appeared to be, a harmless newborn who had been asleep all day. Apollo, god of prophecy, was not fooled for long. He worked out who had taken his cattle and came storming to the cave, and there unfolded the delightful sight of a radiant adult god furiously accusing a swaddled baby of grand theft, and the baby blinking up at him with wide innocent eyes and pointing out, reasonably, that he had been born only yesterday and hardly knew what a cow was. The argument went to Zeus, who found the whole thing enormously funny, a father recognizing his own cleverness in a child for once, rather than his own dread, and made Hermes give the cattle back. But by then Apollo had heard Hermes play the little tortoise-shell lyre, and he wanted it so badly that he traded the entire herd for the instrument on the spot. And that is how Apollo, god of music, came to carry the lyre he is always pictured with. He bought it from his infant brother with stolen livestock that the infant had stolen from him in the first place. The Greeks adored Hermes for exactly this kind of thing. He grew into the role the day predicted. Hermes became the messenger of the gods, the one who carried word between Olympus and the earth and even down into the realm of the departed. He wore winged sandals and a winged cap, and moved faster than any other god, and he was the patron of travellers, of merchants, of heralds, of athletes, of anyone who crossed boundaries for a living. He was also, openly and without much shame, the patron of thieves and tricksters and liars, because the Greeks were clear-eyed enough to know that the god who guides you safely across a border is the same skill set as the god who helps you smuggle something across it. And he had one more solemn duty that sits oddly against all his mischief. He was the guide of those who had finished living, the one who came gently to lead each person's shade down the long road to the underworld, the trickster, the thief, the merry inventor of the lyre. He was also the kind hand that arrived at the very end to walk you the rest of the way. There's something lovely in that the Greeks gave the cheerful boundary crosser the tenderest border of all to manage. Now I have to take you somewhere sadder, because the household needs its goddess of the grain, and her story is the one that explains why the year turns cold. Demeter was one of the 6 original Olympians, freed from Cronus alongside Zeus and the rest, a goddess of the harvest, of the grain ripening in the field, of everything that grows from the earth to feed the living. She had a daughter named Persephone, a bright girl, the child of Demeter and Zeus, and the two of them were as close as a mother and daughter can be. Persephone liked to gather flowers in the meadows with her companions, and it was while she was doing exactly that, reaching for a particularly beautiful bloom, a narcissus that had been placed there as a lure, that the ground opened beneath her. Out of the opening came Hades, lord of the underworld, the eldest brother who had drawn the realm of the departed in that long ago casting of lots. He had seen Persephone and wanted her for his queen, and he had gone to Zeus, who was both his brother and the girl's father, and Zeus had quietly given his consent without telling Demeter, which is, even by this family's standards, a real low point in fatherhood. So Hades simply took her, sweeping the girl into his chariot and down through the opening in the earth, which closed over them, and carried her to his silent kingdom below to be its reluctant queen. Demeter heard her daughters cry and found her gone, vanished without a trace. And she searched. She searched the whole earth for 9 days and 9 nights, carrying torches, asking everyone she met, refusing food and rest and the comfort of the other gods, a mother looking for a child who had simply disappeared off the face of the world. At last the sun, who sees everything from above, took pity and told her the truth, that Hades had taken Persephone, and that Zeus had allowed it. Her grief, when she understood, turned to a cold and total fury, and she did the one thing she alone could do. She withdrew her gift from the world. The grain stopped growing. The fields went barren, the seeds lay dead in the ground, the trees gave no fruit. Demeter, in her sorrow, let the whole earth turn lifeless, and the first famine crept across the land. Nothing grew anywhere, and the mortals began to fade, and, this is the part that finally moved Olympus, if all the mortals were gone, there would be no one left to offer sacrifices to the gods. Demeter had found the one lever that even Zeus couldn't ignore. He could let her grieve forever, but he could not let the whole apparatus of worship and offering wither along with the wheat. So Zeus relented and sent Hermes, of course it was Hermes, the one god who could come and go from the underworld freely, down to bring Persephone back. And here the story turns on something small and irreversible. While she was below, Persephone had eaten a few seeds of a pomegranate, just a few, 6 in most tellings, and by the ancient rule, anyone who eats the food of the dead belongs, in part, to the land of the dead. She could not be fully returned. A compromise was struck for part of each year Persephone would go down to be queen beside Hades in the dark below, and for the rest she would return to the world above and to her mother's arms. And so the year was divided. When Persephone is below, Demeter grieves, and the earth grows cold and bare and sleeping. That is autumn and winter. When she returns, her mother rejoices, and everything greens and blossoms and bears fruit again. That is spring and summer. The seasons themselves are the rhythm of a mother's grief and a mother's joy, turning over and over forever. It's worth noticing how much gentler this makes the underworld feel, in the end. Persephone is not simply a victim held below. In the world's imagination she becomes a true queen of that realm, dread and dignified, and not unkind. Heroes who venture down into the dark later will sometimes find her more merciful than her husband. The girl gathering flowers becomes the lady of the dead, and the two halves of her, the spring maiden and the underworld queen, are both fully her. The Greeks built one of their most sacred and secret religious traditions around this story, the mysteries at a place called Eleusis, rites that initiates swore never to reveal and somehow never did, so that to this day no one is entirely certain what was shown or said in them. Whatever it was, it offered people some hope about what waits on the other side of a life, some comfort drawn from the image of a daughter who goes down into the dark every year and every year comes back up. We don't know the secret. That, somehow, feels right. We have one more Olympian to gather, and he is the strangest of them all, born twice, carried part of the way in his own father's body, the god of the vine and of wine, and of the wild loosening of everything that holds ordinary life together. He was carried, before he was born, in a clap of thunder, and that thunder ended his mother's life, which is a difficult way to begin even by the standards of this family. Dionysus was the son of Zeus and a mortal woman, a princess named Semele, and her story is one of the saddest small tragedies in all the myths, because it turns, like so many of them, on Hera's patient jealousy. Semele was carrying Zeus's child, and Hera, learning of it, did not strike at her with thunder or monsters. She did something quieter and crueler. She befriended her. Disguised as an old woman, Hera won Semele's trust, and then planted a single doubt. Was her divine lover really Zeus at all? How could she be sure? Why not ask him to appear to her exactly as he appeared to Hera, in his full glory as proof? So Semele asked Zeus for a promise before she would name her wish, and Zeus, besotted, swore by the river Styx to grant whatever she asked, and an oath sworn on the Styx cannot be broken by anyone, not even the king of the gods. And then she asked. She asked him to show himself to her in his true divine form. And Zeus, horrified, begged her to choose something else, because he knew what she did not, that no mortal could look upon a god's full glory and survive it. But the oath was binding. He had no choice. He revealed himself in the fullness of his divine power, the lightning and the radiance of the King of Heaven, and Semele, being mortal, could not endure the sight, and her life ended in that instant, undone by the very proof she'd been tricked into demanding. But the child within her was Zeus's own, immortal already, and Zeus moved fast. He snatched the unborn infant from his mother as she faded, and, because the child was not yet ready to be born, he sewed the baby into his own thigh, carrying it there through the remaining months until it was ready. And so Dionysus was born a second time, from his father's body, and the Greeks called him the twice-born for exactly this reason, once from a mother whose life ended too soon, and once from a father who finished what she could not. There is no other god with quite this beginning, and it left its mark on everything about him. He is always, somehow, the god who stands at the threshold between things, between life and ending, between the wild and the tame, between the self you are sober and the self that comes loose with the wine. Hera, predictably, was not finished even then, and Dionysus spent much of his early existence hunted by her wrath, hidden away, raised in secret by nymphs in a far-off valley, sometimes disguised as a girl to throw her off the trail. And out of all this hiding and wandering he discovered the thing he would be known for, the grapevine, and the art of turning its fruit into wine. He became the god of the vine, of the harvest of the grape, of festivity and theatre and ecstasy, and of something darker beneath the festivity, a power to loosen the mind entirely, to grant a wild divine madness that could be a blessing or a terrible punishment depending on how he was treated. Because Dionysus, for all his association with revelry, was not a soft god, and the myths are very clear on this point, he demanded to be recognized, and those who refused to honor him, who mocked his worship or denied his divinity, met genuinely frightening ends. There was a king named Pentheus who scorned the new god and forbade his rites and tried to imprison him, and Pentheus came undone in the wild hills, torn from his ordinary mind, and met his end at the hands of his own household, who in their God-sent frenzy did not recognize him until it was too late. The lesson the Greeks drew from Dionysus was that the wild, ecstatic, irrational part of life is not optional. You cannot simply lock it out and live by daylight reason alone. Deny it entirely and it returns through the wall. Honour it in its season, and it gives you wine and music and release. Refuse it, and it takes something from you anyway, on its own terms. He travelled the world spreading the vine and his worship, gathering a strange ecstatic following, wild women called Maenads who danced in the hills, and a perpetually inebriated old companion named Silenus, and a train of revellers, and everywhere he went he brought both the gift and the warning bound together. And in the end he did something no other god in this story manages to do for the person they love most. He went down into the underworld and brought his mother back. He descended into the realm of the departed, found the shade of Semele, the mortal woman whose life had ended before he was even born, and led her up out of the dark and set her among the immortals, so that the mother who never got to hold him would not spend eternity below. Of all the affection in these myths, and there is a great deal of cruelty and very little tenderness, that one quiet act of a son retrieving the mother he never knew is among the gentlest, and it's a good note on which to close the gathering of the gods. So now the household is complete, or near enough. The 12 great Olympians have their seats in the high halls, Zeus and Hera, Poseidon visiting from his sea, Demeter from her fields, Athena and Apollo and Artemis, Ares and Aphrodite and Hephaestus, Hermes the swift, and either Dionysus or in the older reckonings, Hestia, the quiet goddess of the hearth, who gave up her throne to him and took instead the gentler honour of tending the sacred fire at the centre of every home and every city. I want to pause on Hestia for a moment before we leave Olympus, because she is the one god in all of this who simply wanted no trouble and got none, and is therefore almost never spoken of. Hestia was the firstborn of the children Cronus swallowed, which made her also the last to come back up, first in, last out, and the Greeks had a saying about that Hestia is honoured first and last in every offering. She was the goddess of the hearth, the literal fire at the heart of the home, the flame you kept burning and never let go out. She asked Zeus for one gift, to remain unmarried forever, and to keep that quiet domestic honour, the warmth at the centre of every household, and the sacred fire of the city itself. 2 gods, you'll have noticed, came asking Zeus to let them belong to themselves rather than be wed, and both times he agreed. Hestia and Athena, the hearth-keeper and the strategist. She had no grand myths, no affairs, no wars, no transformations. She just kept the fire. And there is something restful in knowing that even in this household of thunder and grudges and endless drama, one of them simply tended a warm flame in the middle of it all and asked for nothing, and was honoured at every meal by every family for it. Of all the gods, she might be the one you'd actually want to sit beside on a cold night. That's the family, then, who've climbed the mountain and met everyone in the great draughty halls. But gods alone do not make a world. There has to be someone for them to rule over. Someone to light those hearths and leave out those offerings and wander into all the trouble that's coming. We haven't yet made people. The world had gods and mountains and seas and seasons, and it had no one to notice any of it, and that job, the making of the noticers, fell to a Titan who was not quite on anyone's side. His name was Prometheus, which means forethought, and he had a brother named Epimetheus, which means afterthought. And you can already tell from the names alone that one of these brothers thinks before acting, and the other one realizes his mistake about a day too late. They were Titans, but of a younger sort, and when the great war between the Titans and the Olympians had come, Prometheus, being the one with forethought, had seen which way it would end and sided with Zeus. So when the dust settled and his fellow Titans were bound in the deep, Prometheus walked free among the victors, an outsider on the winning side, never quite trusted and never quite condemned. The two brothers were given a task: to populate the earth with living creatures and to hand out, to each kind, the gifts it would need to survive. Epimetheus, the afterthought, begged to be allowed to do the distributing himself, and his careful brother agreed to let him, planning to inspect the work afterward. And Epimetheus set about it with great enthusiasm and absolutely no plan. He gave out the gifts: strength to this animal, speed to that one, claws here, thick fur there, wings, venom, shells. Sharp senses, the ability to burrow, the ability to swim. He was generous and he was thorough, and he worked his way down the whole list of creatures handing out advantages, until he came at last to the human beings, and discovered, to his afterthought-shaped horror, that he had nothing left. He had used up every gift on the animals. Mankind stood there naked and slow and weak, with no fur against the cold, no claws, no speed, no natural weapon of any kind, the one creature he'd forgotten to provide for. Prometheus, inspecting the work and finding humanity shivering and defenceless, took pity on these creatures, and it became something more than pity. He became their champion, the one immortal who genuinely cared what happened to the fragile new people, and he decided to give them a gift to make up for all the ones they'd missed. But the gift he had in mind belonged to the gods, and they had no intention of sharing it. That gift was fire. Not just the warmth of it, but everything it made possible. Cooking, metalwork, light against the dark, the forge and the hearth, and the first crude beginnings of every craft and technology that would ever follow. Fire was the thing that could lift humanity up out of helplessness, and Zeus had deliberately withheld it, keeping it for the gods alone, because a humanity with fire was a humanity that might one day grow proud, grow capable, grow to need the gods a little less. So Prometheus stole it. He went up to the heavens, took a spark of the divine fire, hidden, in most tellings, in the hollow stalk of a fennel plant, smouldering quietly where it wouldn't be seen, and carried it down to earth and gave it to mankind. And the people kindled their fires, and the night was no longer wholly dark, and the cold no longer wholly deadly. And from the high halls Zeus looked down and saw new lights burning across the world below that had no business being there, and understood exactly what had been done. His anger was vast, and it fell in two directions. On humanity, he loosed a more subtle punishment, which we'll come to in a moment. But on Prometheus, the Titan who had defied him, who had taken the side of the weak creatures over the will of the king, he laid one of the most famous and most terrible sentences in all of mythology. Prometheus was seized and carried to the far edge of the world, to a remote mountain in the Caucasus, and there bound fast to the rock with unbreakable chains, fixed in place, unable to move or rest or shelter. And each day an eagle came. The eagle was Zeus's own bird, which makes it pointed, and fed upon his liver. And because Prometheus was immortal, his liver grew back every night, whole again by morning, so that the eagle could return at dawn and begin again. Day after day, with no end, the same suffering renewed each night precisely so it could be inflicted again each day. A punishment engineered to never finish, for a being who could not be released by the ordinary mercy of an ending. He endured this for a very long time, ages, and he never broke, and he never apologized, and he never told Zeus the one thing Zeus eventually came to want from him. Because Prometheus with his forethought knew a secret, he knew of a prophecy, the same kind of prophecy that haunts this whole family, concerning a particular union that would produce a son destined to overthrow Zeus the way Zeus had overthrown his own father. Zeus desperately wanted to know which union it was, so he could avoid it, and Prometheus knew and would not say, and held that knowledge as his one piece of leverage across all those years on the rock. Eventually a bargain would be struck, and a hero would come, far down the line, one of the greatest of them, on his way to other labours, and free Prometheus from his chains and bring the long torment to an end. But that's a thread for much later in the night. For now leave him on the mountain, unbroken, keeping his secret, the friend of humanity paying humanity's price. Because Zeus had not forgotten humanity itself, and his punishment for the people who'd received the stolen fire was, in its way, even more lasting than the eagle and the rock, and it arrived disguised as a gift, which is the cruelest kind of punishment there is. Up until this point in the oldest telling, the human race was made up only of men. There were no women yet in the world. And Zeus commanded the gods to make one. Hephaestus shaped her out of earth and water, forming a being of extraordinary beauty. Athena taught her crafts, the weaving and the handiwork. Aphrodite gave her grace and the power to charm. Hermes, and here you feel Zeus's intention sharpen, gave her a cunning mind and a way with words, and also, the story is careful to say, a certain capacity for deception. Each god contributed something, which is why she was named Pandora, all gifted, the one to whom all the gods gave gifts. She was the first woman, assembled by the entire pantheon as a deliberate and beautiful instrument of Zeus's revenge. And she was sent down to earth as a bride, for Epimetheus, the afterthought brother. Now Prometheus, the forethought brother, had warned Epimetheus explicitly never to accept any gift from Zeus, because he could see a trap coming from a mile off. But Epimetheus, being who he was, took one look at Pandora and forgot the warning entirely, and married her, and only realized his mistake, as always, far too late. Pandora came into the world with one item, a jar. A large sealed storage jar. In the original Greek it's a jar, though it's come down to us through a centuries-old mistranslation as a box, and the box is stuck so firmly that we'll all picture a box no matter what I say. She was given this jar and told by the gods who'd sent her never to open it. And here we have to be a little fair to Pandora, because she had been built deliberately by Hermes himself with curiosity woven into her from the start. She was made to open it. The trap was not that a woman happened to be curious. The trap was that the gods constructed a curious woman, handed her a forbidden jar, and waited. Blaming Pandora for opening it is a bit like blaming a key for fitting the lock it was cut for. So she opened it. She lifted the lid, just to look, and out of the jar poured everything that the world, in its first easy age, had never known. Out came hardship and toil and sickness, sorrow and worry and old age, and every form of trouble and pain that has plagued human life ever since. All of it had been sealed away, kept out of the world, and Pandora's curiosity, built into her on purpose, released it all into the air, scattering across the earth to settle permanently among mankind. She slammed the lid shut in horror, but it was far too late. Everything had already escaped, except for one single thing still caught beneath the rim. And that last thing, the one that had not yet flown out when she closed the lid, was hope. Hope alone remained in the jar. And the Greeks argued endlessly about what that meant, whether it was a mercy that hope stayed with us, a comfort kept close at hand to help endure all the troubles that had escaped, or whether it was the final cruelty, that hope too was trapped away from mankind, leaving us to suffer without it, or whether hope being kept in the jar means it's always available to draw on, or whether it means we never quite get to have it. The story doesn't resolve it, and I don't think it's meant to. It's the kind of ambiguity you can turn over and over in the dark and never quite settle, which is perhaps exactly the point of putting hope in there in the first place. That, in the Greek imagination, is the whole shape of the human condition explained in a single afternoon, a defenceless creature, championed by a titan who stole fire to save it, and suffers eternally for the theft. Given in return a world full of troubles loosed from a jar, with only an ambiguous scrap of hope left at the bottom to make any of it bearable. It is not a flattering origin, and it was never meant to be a comforting one. The Greeks looked human life squarely in the face, the work, the sickness, the aging, the grief, and asked where it all came from, and this was their answer. It came as the price of fire, as the cost of one titan loving humanity too much to leave it cold. The world below is full of people now, kindling their small stolen fires against the dark, troubled and curious, and clinging to whatever hope they were left with. From here the stories come down off the mountain and into the world of mortals, the heroes and the monsters and the long human adventures. Water has a memory in these stories, and the first thing the gods decided about humanity, not long after making it, was that they'd like to wash most of it away. There came a time, and nearly every ancient people tells some version of this, which is one of those facts that prickles the back of your neck a little, when Zeus looked down at the human race and was thoroughly displeased with what he saw. This was a later, harder generation of mankind, the so-called Bronze Age of men in the Greek reckoning, a violent and impious lot who had stopped honouring the gods properly and treated one another worse. There's a particularly grim story about a king named Lycaon who tried to test whether Zeus was really all-knowing by serving him a horrifying meal at a feast, and Zeus, revolted, decided the whole experiment of humanity had gone rotten and ought to be rinsed off the earth and started fresh. So he sent a flood. He gathered the rain clouds and called on his brother Poseidon to send the rivers over their banks and the sea up onto the land, and the waters rose and rose until the whole world was drowned. The fields and the towns and the hills all vanishing beneath a single grey sea, and the people of that age were swept away, gone, the entire generation, washed from the world. Almost the entire generation, because there were two. A man named Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha, and here the threads tie together nicely, because Deucalion was the son of Prometheus, that same friend of humanity still bound on his far mountain. Prometheus, with his forethought, had seen the flood coming and warned his son, and Deucalion had built a great chest, a wooden vessel, and when the waters came, he and Hera climbed inside and floated, the two of them alone, across the drowned world. For 9 days and 9 nights they drifted on the endless water, 9 again. The Greeks really did love that number, until at last the vessel came to rest on the peak of a mountain, Parnassus, the only land left above the flood. And there they climbed out into a world scrubbed empty of every other living person, just the two of them. The last of humanity. When the waters finally drew back, Deucalion and Hera found themselves in a silent, sodden, lonely world, and they did what you'd do. They went to a sacred place, and they prayed for guidance, for some way to not be the last two people in all of existence. And an oracle answered them, but the way oracles always answer, in a riddle that sounded at first like the most disturbing instruction imaginable. "Cover your heads," the voice told them, "and throw the bones of your mother behind you as you walk." The bones of your mother. Hera was horrified. She refused outright. You cannot go scattering a parent's remains across a hillside. But Deucalion thought it through, the way his careful father would have, and worked out the riddle. Their mother was not any particular woman. The mother of all of them, the mother of every living thing, was Gaia, the earth herself, and the bones of the earth were her stones. So the two of them gathered up the rocks of the mountainside, and covered their heads as instructed, and walked along throwing the stones behind them without looking back. And where the stones that Deucalion threw landed, they softened and grew and rose up into men. And where the stones that Hera threw landed, they became women. A new human race, made from the bones of the earth, springing up behind a single surviving couple, which is, the Greeks noticed, why people are hard, why we endure toil and hardship. Because this generation was quite literally made of stone, descended from the rock of the world itself. I find that one of the quietly lovely images in all of mythology, the two of them walking down the empty mountain in the wet morning after the whole world had ended, not looking back, and behind them, rising up out of the scattered stones, a whole new humanity standing up in the mist. The world repopulated by two grieving survivors and a hillside of rocks. It's a strange comfort that the human race in this telling is fundamentally a thing that gets washed away and then stubbornly stands back up out of the ground. Now, while we're in the territory of mortals receiving riddling instructions from the divine, I want to take you to the place where those riddles came from, because we've mentioned it several times tonight, and it deserves a proper visit. We're going to Delphi. Delphi sat on the slopes of that same Mount Parnassus, and it was, for centuries, the single most important sacred site in the entire Greek world. The place the Greeks believed to be the very centre of the earth. There was a story about how they knew that Zeus had once released 2 eagles from opposite ends of the world and let them fly toward each other. And the place where they met, the exact middle of everything, was Delphi, marked by a sacred stone called the Omphalos, the navel of the world. And it was here that Apollo, the god of prophecy, spoke to mortals, not directly, but through a priestess, a woman called the Pythia, who sat at the heart of the temple and gave voice to the god's answers. The whole arrangement was wonderfully strange, and a great deal of it remains genuinely mysterious to this day. People came from all over the Greek world and beyond, kings, generals, ordinary citizens, whole cities sending delegations, bringing their questions, often the biggest questions of their lives. Should we go to war? Should I make this voyage? Where should we found our new colony? And after the proper offerings and rituals, the Pythia would deliver Apollo's answer, often in a state the ancient writers describe as a kind of trance or divine possession, speaking words that the temple priests would then render into verse for the questioner to carry home. There's a long-running fascination, ancient and modern, with how the trance worked. The old sources speak of a vapour that rose from a cleft in the rock beneath the temple, a sweet-smelling exhalation from the earth itself that the Pythia breathed in, and that loosened her mind to receive the god. For a long time scholars dismissed this as a pretty legend with no basis, and then, fairly recently, geologists studying the site found that the temple sits precisely on the intersection of two fault lines, and that the rock below contains deposits that could plausibly have released mild intoxicating gases up through fissures into the chamber. The debate isn't fully settled, and I'd flag that honestly, some researchers find the gas theory persuasive and others remain sceptical. But it's a remarkable case of an ancient detail that everyone assumed was symbolic turning out, possibly, to have a literal crack in the earth behind it. But the truly famous thing about the Delphic oracle was not how it worked, it was how it answered. The Pythia, or the god speaking through her, had a gift for replies that were perfectly maddeningly true in two opposite directions at once. Answers you could only fully understand after the thing they predicted had already happened, by which point it was too late to do anything about it. The most famous example is a king named Croesus, fabulously wealthy, who was thinking of going to war against the rising Persian Empire and sent to Delphi to ask whether he should. And the oracle replied that if Croesus went to war, he would destroy a great empire. Delighted, he went to war, and was crushed, and the great empire that was destroyed turned out to be his own. The oracle had been completely correct and completely useless, and that was rather the point. The god told you the truth, he simply didn't promise to make it easy, or to keep you from walking straight into it with your eyes open and your interpretation wrong. Inscribed at Delphi, carved into the temple, were a handful of short sayings meant as wisdom for everyone who came. And the most famous of them is 2 words long and has outlived every king who ever climbed that hill to ask his questions. Know thyself. That was the counsel at the navel of the world, beneath all the riddles and the trances and the rising vapour. Before you ask the god about your future, understand who you actually are. It's good advice. It was good advice 3,000 years ago, and it's good advice tonight, and almost nobody who heard it managed to follow it, which is its own kind of lesson. We're going to need Delphi again and again as the night goes on, because an astonishing number of the great hero stories begin with someone climbing this hill and receiving an answer they don't fully understand. A prophecy about a son who'll harm his father, a riddle about where to settle, an instruction that only makes sense in retrospect, usually a terrible one. The Greeks built their grandest tragedies on the gap between what the oracle said and what people heard. There's a king of Thebes coming, much later in the dark, who will receive the worst prophecy ever given and spend his whole life running from it, only to run directly into it, but he's hours away yet, and his story wants the deepest part of the night. For now we've drowned the world and stood it back up out of stone, and we've climbed the sacred mountain and listened to the riddling voice at the centre of the earth. The age of pure gods is behind us. From here the world is full of people, and people, as we've established, are made of hard stuff and prone to trouble, and they're about to start doing the thing the Greeks loved most to tell stories about. Leaving home, against good advice, to go and do something impossible. The hero you'd least expect to start with is a young man who spent his early life being told, repeatedly and by everyone, that he was destined for greatness, and who responded to this by being insufferable about it, and then earning it. His name was Perseus, and his troubles began, as so many do in these stories, with a grandfather and a prophecy. There was a king named Acrisius who ruled the city of Argos, and he had no sons, only a daughter named Dana. And being the sort of man who couldn't leave well enough alone, he went to an oracle to ask whether he'd ever have a male heir. The oracle gave him an answer he very much did not want. No son, but a grandson. And that grandson would one day bring about the end of Acrisius's own life, the same shape of prophecy that has haunted this whole night, handed down now to a mortal king. He'd be undone by his own descendant. Acrisius did what people in these stories always do with a prophecy, which is everything possible to prevent it and thereby guarantee it. He couldn't bring himself to harm his daughter directly, so he locked her away, in some tellings in a chamber of bronze sunk into the ground, sealed off from the world and from any man who might father the dangerous grandchild. But you cannot wall out Zeus, who had taken an interest, and who came to Dana in the one form no bronze chamber could keep out, a shower of golden rain, pouring down through a gap in the roof. And in time Dana bore a son, Perseus, there in her sealed prison, and the wail of an infant where no infant should have been possible told Acrisius exactly how thoroughly his precautions had failed. Now he had a real problem, because the grandson was here and the prophecy was ticking, and yet harming his own daughter and grandchild outright was a step even he wouldn't take, partly from feeling, partly because the gods take a dim view of that particular crime. So he chose a method designed to let him keep his hands technically clean. He had Dana and the baby sealed inside a wooden chest and set adrift on the open sea, leaving their fate to the waves and to whatever gods might or might not be watching. If they didn't survive, well, the sea had done it, not him. It's the same cowardly bookkeeping you saw with the kings, who exposed unwanted infants on hillsides, arrange the ending, then claim you didn't cause it. The chest didn't sink. It drifted, mother and child inside it, across the water, until it washed up on the shore of a small island called Seriphos, where a kind fisherman named Dictys found it tangled in his nets, opened it, and took the half-drowned pair into his home. And there Perseus grew up, on a little island raised by a gentle fisherman, the prophesied grandson living quietly and unaware while back in Argos his grandfather presumably congratulated himself on a problem solved. The trouble was Dictys's brother, who happened to be the king of the island, a man named Polydectes, and Polydectes wanted Dana, and Dana wanted nothing to do with him, and the grown Perseus stood squarely in the way as a protective son. So Polydectes hatched a scheme to get the young man out of the picture. He announced that he intended to marry a different woman entirely, and declared that every man on the island owed him a wedding gift, specifically a horse. Perseus, who had no horse and no money for one, was thereby manoeuvred into a corner, and the king, feigning offence at the young man's empty hands, demanded a different gift instead. He demanded that Perseus bring him the head of Medusa. He picked the most impossible errand he could think of, fully expecting it to be the last anyone ever saw of the boy. You probably know the word Medusa, and you may know the snakes, but the fuller shape of the story is stranger and a good deal sadder than the monster's reputation suggests. Medusa was one of three sisters called the Gorgons, and she was the only one of the three who was not immortal, which is the detail the whole quest hinges on. The Gorgons were beings so terrible to look upon that any living thing that met their gaze directly was turned instantly to stone, frozen, mid-motion, into cold grey rock. Their lair, in some tellings, was ringed with the stone shapes of every man who had come before and looked at the wrong moment, a garden of statues that had each been a person. To go and take Medusa's head, you would first have to find a way to fight something you were not permitted to look at. It was, by design, a way of sending a young man to join the statues. There is an older and more sympathetic thread to Medusa worth pausing on, because it complicates the easy picture of her as simply a monster. In some versions she was not born a Gorgon at all, but had once been a beautiful young woman, and the snakes and the stone gaze were not her nature, but a punishment. a transformation imposed on her by a goddess after a wrong that, in the older tellings, was not even Medusa's fault. The details vary and some of them are grim, so I'll keep it soft. She was, in this version, more wronged than wicked. A woman turned into the very thing that would justify a hero being sent to take her head. The Greeks held both pictures at once, the pure monster and the punished woman, and the story is richer and more uncomfortable for it. When the head comes off, later, you might find you don't entirely cheer. Perseus, for all his bluster, could not possibly have done this alone, and the gods stepped in, specifically Athena, who had her own reasons for involvement in the Medusa story, and Hermes, ever the helpful guide. They equipped him for the impossible task with a set of gifts that reads like the inventory of the best-prepared hero in mythology. From Hermes, the winged sandals, so he could fly. A special curved blade, sharp enough for the work. A cap, the cap of Hades himself, that rendered its wearer completely invisible. A special pouch to safely contain the head once it was taken, since the gaze remained dangerous even after. And from Athena, the cleverest gift of all, a polished mirror-bright shield, because the secret to fighting something you cannot look at directly is to never look at it directly, to watch only its reflection, to fight by the image in the bronze and never once meet the real thing with your own eyes. But before he could use any of it, Perseus had to find the Gorgon's lair, and nobody knew where it was. Nobody except three even stranger beings called the Grey. The Grey Ones, three ancient sisters who had been old since the beginning, and who shared, between the three of them, a single eye and a single tooth, passing them back and forth from hand to hand, as each needed to see or to eat. Perseus came upon them in the gloom, and waited for the precise moment when the eye was being passed from one sister to the next, that small blind instant when none of the three could see, and he snatched it out of the air. And then he simply refused to give it back until they told him what he needed to know. He held the eye of three blind crones hostage to get directions, which is not the most heroic thing a hero has ever done, but is certainly one of the most practical, and the Greeks rather admired that streak of cunning in him. The Grey, blinded and bargaining, told him the way. So armed and so directed, Perseus came at last to the lair, and he found the Gorgons asleep, which was its own kind of mercy, since it meant he could approach without their waking gaze turning him to stone. He fixed his eyes on the polished shield, watching only the reflection, walking backward toward the sleeping figures by the image in the bronze, his own gaze never once landing on Medusa herself. Guided by Athena's steadying hand, watching the mirror and not the monster, he struck, and took the head of the only Gorgon who could be defeated, the mortal one, in a single clean stroke, and swept it straight into the special pouch before the gaze could find him. And here the story does the thing Greek myths love, where one violent moment blooms into unexpected new life. From Medusa, in that instant, two offspring sprang forth into the world, for she had been, in the older tales, connected to Poseidon, the sea, and out came Pegasus, the winged horse, white and magnificent, who would carry other heroes on other adventures down the years, and a warrior brother besides. The monster's end was also a strange birth, the winged horse leaping up out of the very moment of the Gorgon's undoing and soaring away. The Greeks never could let an ending be only an ending. Perseus had his prize, and the cap of invisibility let him slip away before the two immortal Gorgon sisters, waking to find what had been done, could catch him. He flew off over the world with the deadly head sealed in its pouch and a long way still to travel home. And on that journey home he was going to pass over a particular stretch of coastline where a young woman had been chained to a rock as an offering to a sea monster, and where Perseus, glancing down mid-flight, was about to acquire both a wife and one more impossible fight he hadn't gone looking for. The young woman on the rock was named Andromeda, and her predicament was, strictly speaking, her mother's fault, a recurring theme in these tales, where the punishment lands on whoever happens to be standing nearest the wrongdoer rather than on the wrongdoer themselves. Her mother was a queen named Cassiopeia, and Cassiopeia had committed the very Greek sin of boasting. She had declared, out loud and to anyone listening, that she, or in some tellings her daughter, was more beautiful than the Nereids, the sea nymphs, the lovely daughters of the deep. This was exactly the kind of statement the gods could not let stand, because the entire moral architecture of Greek mythology rests on mortals not getting above themselves, and the Nereids complained to Poseidon, who took the insult to his domain personally. He sent a flood, and then he sent something worse, a sea monster called Cetus, an enormous creature that came up out of the waves to ravage the coastline of the kingdom, and would not be satisfied. The desperate king and queen consulted an oracle, as you do, and received the worst possible answer. The only way to appease the monster and spare the kingdom was to offer their own daughter to it. So Andromeda, entirely innocent, guilty of nothing but having a boastful mother, was taken to the shore and chained to a rock at the water's edge, left there as a sacrifice, waiting for the sea to bring the thing that would end her. And that is the sight that met Perseus as he flew home over the coast with Medusa's head in its pouch, a young woman chained to a rock, alone, the sea churning ominously below her. He came down to her, and the story takes a brief, oddly tender turn here, because Perseus essentially fell for her on sight and then did the responsible thing, which was to go and ask her parents' permission before fighting the monster, a small touch of decorum in the middle of a crisis that I find genuinely charming. He struck a bargain, he would slay the creature and free Andromeda, and in return she would be his wife. The terrified king agreed to anything, and when Cetus came surging up out of the deep toward the chained girl, Perseus met it in the air on his winged sandals, and in the version where he keeps things simple, he fought it with the curved blade, though in the version the storytellers preferred, he simply drew the head from its pouch at the right moment, and showed the monster the face of Medusa, and the great sea creature, meeting that gaze, went still and grey and sank as solid stone beneath the waves it had terrorized. He turned a sea monster into a reef. The coastline was saved, the girl was freed, and Perseus had acquired a wife on the way home from an errand he'd been sent on to die. There was a brief, ugly complication at the wedding, because Andromeda had already been promised to someone else, an uncle who showed up with armed men to object, and Perseus, badly outnumbered, ended the confrontation the only way he reliably could, by telling his own allies to look away and then revealing the head to the room, leaving a banquet hall full of grey statues frozen mid-lunge. He was, you'll have noticed, becoming rather too comfortable with that solution. The head was an enormously powerful object, and an enormously tempting shortcut, and Perseus used it more or less whenever a situation became inconvenient, which raises a quiet question the myth never quite answers about how heroic it really is to win every fight by showing people something they can't survive looking at. He returned at last to the island of Seriphos, where his mother Dana had spent the whole adventure fending off the unwanted king Polydectes, who had never expected Perseus to return at all, and Perseus, arriving to find his mother still being pressured, walked into the king's hall where Polydectes and his supporters were gathered, and there used the head one final and entirely deserved time. The king, who had sent a boy to fetch the impossible, expecting it to be the end of him, got to see the impossible up close. Perseus then handed the kingship of the island to the kind fisherman Dictys, who had pulled mother and child from the sea all those years ago and asked for nothing, which is about the only just reward anybody hands out in the whole sequence. The head itself, having done its work, Perseus gave to Athena, who set the Gorgon's face upon her shield, or in some tellings upon her breastplate, the Aegis, so that the image of Medusa, the punished woman turned to a weapon and then to a trophy, would ride into battle on the shield of the goddess forever. You can still see her there in the old art, the face on the shield, staring out. The wronged woman became in the end a protective emblem, which is either a redemption or a final indignity depending on how you've been feeling about her since the cave. And the prophecy, the one that started everything, the grandfather and the grandson and the foretold ending? It came true, of course, the way they always do, gently and absurdly and entirely by accident, long after everyone had stopped watching for it. Perseus, years later, was competing in some athletic games, throwing the discus, a friendly contest, and the discus left his hand and went astray, sailing into the crowd, and struck and ended the life of an old man who happened to be in the stands. The old man was Acrisius, his grandfather. The grandfather who had locked away his daughter and set his infant grandson adrift on the sea precisely to prevent this exact outcome had been undone by that grandson after all, by a thrown discus at a sporting event, decades later, neither of them having any idea. Every precaution Acrisius took had carried the boy safely to the moment of the prophecy's fulfillment. That's the cruel joke the Greeks built into every one of these tales. The running is the arriving. You cannot sidestep the thing. Your sidestep is the path. Perseus, to his credit, was horrified by the accident and never wanted the throne of Argos after that, trading it away for a different kingdom rather than rule the land of the man he'd unknowingly undone. He and Andromeda lived a long while and had many children, and from their line, generations down, would come another hero, the greatest of them all, the strong man whose 12 impossible labours we'll get to before the night is through. The Greeks liked their heroes connected by blood across the generations, one bright life leading to the next, so that the whole sprawling mess of mortal legend is really a single tangled family album. Which brings us to a hero of a completely different temperament, because not every Greek protagonist won by strength or by a monstrous severed head. Some won by being clever, and the cleverest of all the early heroes, clever to the point of recklessness, was a young man named Bellerophon, who tamed that very winged horse, Pegasus, the one that had leapt from Medusa's undoing and gone soaring off into the world. We left Pegasus flying away unclaimed. Now someone is about to catch him. Bellerophon wanted Pegasus desperately, but couldn't get near the wild creature, and a wise seer told him to sleep in the temple of Athena and wait for the goddess. He did, and in a dream she came and gave him a golden bridle, and when he woke the bridle was real, lying there in his hands, one of those small details the Greeks loved, the dream gift you carry back into waking. With the golden bridle he found Pegasus drinking at a spring and slipped it on, and the winged horse, tamed by Athena's craft, accepted him. Now Bellerophon could fly, and a young man who can fly, in these stories, is a young man about to be handed a quest he should probably refuse. His quest came wrapped in betrayal, by way of a letter, and the dark joke of it is that Bellerophon carried the instructions for his own undoing across the whole world himself, sealed and unread, trusting the very people who wanted him gone. There was a king who had a grievance against him, and rather than confront him directly, the king sent Bellerophon off to another ruler bearing a sealed message, with a warm recommendation to deliver it personally. The message, when the second king opened it, asked him to quietly arrange for the bearer's life to end. But this second king didn't want to do the deed under his own roof either. These kings are all the same flavour of coward, so he sent Bellerophon off to do the impossible instead, to slay a creature that had been ravaging the countryside and surely couldn't be beaten. He sent him after the Chimera. The Chimera was one of the strangest monsters in all the myths, a creature stitched together from parts that had no business sharing a body, the front of a lion, a goat rising from the middle of its back, and a serpent for a tail, and from its lion's mouth it breathed fire. It was the offspring of monsters, kin to other horrors we'll meet later in the dark, and it had been laying waste to the land of Lycia with no one able to stand against it. Anyone on foot who faced the fire-breathing thing was lost before they got close. But Bellerophon was not on foot. He had Pegasus. And the whole impossible problem of the Chimera dissolved the moment you could simply rise above it on a winged horse and strike from the air where the flames couldn't reach. Which is exactly what he did, circling above the creature, attacking from a height it couldn't answer, in one clever telling lowering a lump of metal into its fiery breath so that the molten metal did the work from the inside. The unbeatable monster was beaten by a man who'd thought to bring a horse with wings, and the second king, watching his assassination plan come flying triumphantly home, had to think of something else. Bellerophon kept surviving everything they threw at him, more impossible tasks, more ambushes, and kept on winning, until the kings finally gave up trying to be rid of him and decided he must be favoured by the gods, and married him into the royal family instead. He had everything: the winged horse, the victories, the kingdom, the wife. And that, in a Greek story, is precisely the moment to start worrying, because nothing undoes a hero faster than having won too completely and starting to believe he's earned a seat above his station. Bellerophon's mistake was the one the Greeks feared most and warned against most often, and we'll see exactly how high he flew before it caught up with him. Pride, in these stories, has a very specific altitude, and Bellerophon decided to test it. Having beaten the Chimera and survived every trap laid for him, having won the horse and the kingdom and the acclaim, Bellerophon arrived at the conclusion that undoes more Greek heroes than any monster ever did, that he was not merely favoured by the gods, but practically one of them, and that the proper place for a man of his accomplishments was up on Olympus among the immortals. So he climbed onto Pegasus and pointed the winged horse upward, and began to fly toward the home of the gods, intending to take his rightful seat at the table, an uninvited mortal flying up to join the dinner party of heaven. Zeus watched this approach with the weary patience of a king who has seen overreach before, and he dealt with it almost gently, with a single small insect. He sent a gadfly to sting Pegasus, just a fly, the humblest possible tool against the grandest possible ambition, and the winged horse, stung, bucked and threw its rider. Bellerophon fell. He fell all the long way back down from near the threshold of heaven to the hard earth far below, and though he survived the fall, he did not survive it whole. He spent the rest of his life broken and alone, lamed and half-blind, wandering the earth shunned by men and abandoned by the gods, avoiding the paths of other people, eating his heart out in sorrow. The hero who flew higher than any mortal should ended his days as a limping outcast precisely because he'd tried to rise above where mortals belong. Pegasus flew on without him, up to the stables of Zeus, and became the bearer of the god's thunderbolts, serving in heaven the rider who'd been cast back down for daring to follow. It's one of the bleaker hero endings, and the Greeks meant it to sting like the gadfly. The lesson runs all through their mythology and their tragedy. There's a word for it: hubris, the overweening pride that forgets the gap between mortal and divine, and the gods punish it with a reliability they bring to almost nothing else. You can get away with theft, with trickery, with all manner of misbehaviour in these tales, but the moment you forget you're mortal and reach for the seat of the gods, something stings your horse and down you go. Know thyself, the temple at Delphi said. Bellerophon, at the height of his success, forgot exactly that, and the fall was very long. We've had the hero who won by a monstrous head, and the hero who won by a winged horse. So let me give you the one who won by sheer craft and a ball of string, because his story takes us to one of the most famous structures in all of mythology, and to a creature kept at its centre that the Greeks could barely bring themselves to describe. The setting is the island of Crete, the same Crete where baby Zeus was once hidden in his cave, now ruled, generations later, by a powerful king named Minos. Minos had a problem of his own making, rooted in another act of divine punishment for a mortal's failure to keep a promise. He had once asked Poseidon for a sign of favour, a magnificent bull to rise from the sea, vowing to sacrifice it back to the god in return. Poseidon sent a bull of dazzling snow-white perfection, and Minos, seeing how beautiful it was, couldn't bear to give it up, and quietly kept it for himself, sacrificing an ordinary bull in its place and hoping the god wouldn't notice. The god noticed. Poseidon's punishment was strange and oblique, and aimed, as ever, at someone other than the guilty party. He caused Minos' wife, Queen Pasiphae, to be overcome with an unnatural and inescapable longing for the bull itself. I'll keep this part soft, because the Greeks did not, but the outcome is what matters. From that cursed longing, the queen in time brought into the world a child that was not entirely a child, a being with the body of a man and the head and nature of a bull, a creature of two natures that fit neither the world of people nor the world of beasts. This was the Minotaur. It grew, and it grew dangerous, and it could not be kept among people, and could not simply be sent away, and Minos needed somewhere to put a thing that should not exist. So he commissioned a prison unlike any other, and for that he turned to the most ingenious mortal in all the myths, a master craftsman and inventor named Daedalus, a man whose cleverness is going to matter enormously in just a moment, and whose own story ends in the most famous cautionary image the Greeks ever produced. Daedalus designed the labyrinth, not a simple maze, but a structure of such cunning and complexity, so tangled with false turns and winding passages folding back on themselves, that anyone who entered it could never find the way out again. Even Daedalus himself, the story says, barely managed to find his way back out after building it. Into this inescapable maze the Minotaur was placed, at the very centre, and there it was kept, hidden away in the dark heart of the king's design, fed and contained and never spoken of in polite company. Fed how, you might be wondering, and here's where the story acquires its real horror, delivered in the soft language we'll keep to. Minos had gone to war with the city of Athens and won, and as the terms of the defeated city's submission he demanded a tribute, a regular offering of young people, youths and maidens of Athens, 7 of each, sent every few years across the sea to Crete, and these young people were sent into the labyrinth, into the dark with the thing at its centre, and they did not come out. That was the Minotaur's keeping, a steady tribute of the children of a conquered city, walking into a maze they could never escape, to meet whatever waited in the middle. Athens lived under this grief for years, sending its young away across the water on a ship with a black sail, watching them go, knowing. Into this arrived the Athenian hero of our story, a young man named Theseus, the Prince of Athens, son of its king Aegeus, and a youth who had already made a name for himself, clearing the roads of the various dangerous figures who preyed on travellers, in a series of adventures where he made a habit of turning each villain's own cruel method back upon them. When the time came again for Athens to send its tribute of young people into the labyrinth, Theseus volunteered to go as one of them. He would sail to Crete among the offered youths, and he would find the thing at the centre of the maze, and he would end the tribute forever, or he would not come back, like all the others. He promised his grieving father one thing before he left. The ship would sail under its black mourning sail as always, but if he succeeded and returned alive, he would change it for a white sail, so that his father, watching the horizon, would know from far off whether his son was coming home. Hold on to that white sail. It's going to matter terribly, and not in the way you'd hope. When Theseus arrived on Crete among the tribute, he was seen by the king's daughter, the Princess Ariadne, and she fell for him immediately and completely, the way people in these stories tend to fall, all at once and inconveniently. And Ariadne could not bear to watch this young man walk into her father's maze and never return. So she went secretly to Daedalus, the maze's own architect, and got from him the secret to defeating his greatest creation, and the secret, beautifully, was not a weapon or a magic charm, but a simple ball of thread. She gave Theseus the thread, and told him to tie one end at the entrance of the labyrinth, and unspool it behind him as he went, so that however deep into the tangled dark he wandered, however many false turns he took, he would always have the line leading back to the door. The most ingenious prison ever built, defeated by a piece of string and a woman in love. Theseus tied off the thread at the entrance and went in, unwinding it behind him as he descended into the winding dark, deeper and deeper toward the centre, until he found the Minotaur in the heart of the maze. The fight itself the storytellers keep brief. He met the creature and overcame it, ending the thing that had taken so many of his city's children. And then, where every other young Athenian had become hopelessly lost in the folding passages and never found the door again, Theseus simply followed the thread, hand over hand along Ariadne's line, back through every turn, out of the dark and into the light, leading the other freed young people of Athens behind him. The tribute was over. The maze was beaten. And it had been beaten not by strength alone, but by foresight and a length of string, which is exactly the kind of victory the Greeks most enjoyed crediting to cleverness rather than muscle. He fled Crete by night with the rescued youths and with Ariadne, who had betrayed her own father and her own city for him, and now sailed away at his side toward Athens, and the life he'd promised her. And this is the part of the story where Theseus's reputation takes a real and lasting hit, because of what happened on the voyage home. They stopped at an island called Naxos along the way, and there, while Ariadne slept on the shore, Theseus and his ships sailed on without her, leaving the woman who had saved his life alone on an empty beach, waking to find his sails already small on the horizon. Why he did it the storytellers couldn't agree on, whether he simply abandoned her, callously, or whether a god intervened and commanded it. But the image is unforgettable and unflattering, the hero sailing off, the rescuer left behind on the sand. There's a gentler turn waiting for Ariadne, because the god Dionysus came to that very island and found her there and took her as his own, and she was not, in the end, left alone forever. But Theseus sailed home carrying a heavy debt of betrayal he never repaid, and the gods, who keep their own ledgers, were about to collect, because in his haste and distraction, Theseus had forgotten the one promise that mattered most. He had forgotten the sail. A black sail crossing the sea looks exactly like grief, and that is the whole tragedy. Because Theseus's father was watching for the colour and not for the sun. King Aegeus had spent every day since his son sailed away standing on the heights above the shore, looking out at the water, waiting for the ship to come back and dreading what its sail would tell him. And Theseus, sailing home in triumph with the Minotaur beaten and the tribute ended, had simply forgotten, distracted by everything that had happened, by the loss of Ariadne, by the weight of it all, forgotten to take down the black morning sail and raise the white one that meant he was alive. So the ship came over the horizon flying black, the colour of failure, the colour that told a watching father his son had not come back. And Aegeus, seeing it, believing in that instant that Theseus was gone, was overcome with grief and fell from the height where he stood into the sea below, and his life ended there in the water. The sea he fell into has carried his name ever since. It is the Aegean. Every time you see that word on a map, you are reading the name of a father who watched the wrong sail come home. That is the cruelty the Greeks built into Theseus's great victory. He saved his city's children and ended the monster and won every part of the quest. And the cost of his one small forgetfulness was his own father, undone by a sail. The young man stepped off his triumphant ship into a kingdom that was suddenly his, because the homecoming itself had taken the king. He became ruler of Athens in the same hour he learned what his carelessness had done, and the Greeks never quite let him off the hook for it, the way they never quite let him off the hook for Ariadne. Theseus is one of their great heroes, and also one of their most flawed, a man whose victories keep arriving stapled to someone else's ruin, and they told him that way on purpose, because they were interested in heroes who were not simply admirable. He did a great deal more as king, united the scattered villages of the region into a single city, by tradition founded much of what made Athens Athens, and he had further adventures, including a venture down into the underworld itself that went badly, which we'll touch on when we go down to that dark country later. But I want to stay with the labyrinth a moment longer, because we left someone inside the story whose own ending is the most famous warning the Greeks ever told. And it isn't Theseus, it's the man who built the maze. Daedalus, the master craftsman, and his son. King Minos, you'll remember, had a clever architect on his hands, and after the business with the thread he worked out that Daedalus had helped Theseus and Ariadne defeat the labyrinth, had handed over the secret to his own creation. Minos was furious, and his punishment was bitterly fitting. He imprisoned Daedalus, the maze-maker, inside a confinement of his own, locking him away. In some tellings within a high tower, in others within the labyrinth itself, along with his young son Icarus. The man who had built the most inescapable prison in the world was now a prisoner, and he had to find a way out of confinement using the only thing he had ever been able to rely on, which was his own ingenuity. Daedalus studied the problem the way he studied every problem, and he realized that Minos controlled the land and the sea. Every road watched, every ship searched, no way out by any ordinary route. But Minos did not control the sky. He may block the land and the water, Daedalus reasoned, but the air is open. And so the greatest craftsman in the myths set about building a way to escape through the one element no king could close. He gathered feathers, the feathers of birds, arranging them in rows from small to large, and bound them together with thread and sealed them with wax, shaping them into the curve of a real wing, 2 great pairs of wings, one for himself and one for his son, so that they might fly up off the island like birds and leave Crete behind through the open air. When the wings were ready, Daedalus fitted them to Icarus and gave the boy a warning, the most famous piece of fatherly advice in all of storytelling, and the most thoroughly ignored. Fly the middle course, he told his son. Do not fly too low, or the damp and the spray of the sea will weigh down your feathers and drag you into the water, and do not fly too high, or the heat of the sun will soften the wax that holds the feathers, and the wings will come apart. Keep to the middle. Follow close behind me, and stay between the sea and the sun. He fitted the boy's wings with trembling hands, the old sources say, and kissed him, not knowing it was the last time. And they rose together off the island into the open sky, and for a while it was glorious. They flew out over the water, the man and the boy, leaving Crete shrinking behind them, and fishermen and farmers below looked up and were astonished, taking them for gods, because the sky was for gods and birds, and these were neither. Icarus, the boy, felt the thrill of it, actual flight, the wind, the whole sea spread out beneath him, and the heavens open above. and like any young person handed something exhilarating and told to be moderate with it, he could not hold to the middle. The joy of it pulled him upward. He climbed, higher and higher, drawn toward the sun, leaving his father's careful course behind, forgetting the warning in the pure delight of the height. He flew up toward heaven the way Bellerophon once flew up toward Olympus, for a different reason, but with the same outcome the Greeks reserved for those who climbed too high. The sun did exactly what Daedalus had said it would. The heat softened the wax. The feathers began to loosen, then to come free, slipping away one by one into the air, and Icarus, beating wings that were no longer wings, found nothing beneath him to hold him up. He fell. He fell from that great height down toward the sea, calling out for his father, and the water closed over him, and the boy who had flown too near the sun was gone beneath the waves. The feathers drifted down after him onto the surface of the water, and the sea where he came down has carried his name ever since too, the Icarian Sea, so that the boy and his father Aegeus both became names on the water, both undone by something rising over the horizon that should have meant safety. Daedalus, flying on, turned and called for his son, and got no answer, and looked down and saw the feathers scattered on the waves, and understood. He had built wings cunning enough to defeat a king and escape an island, and they had carried his child up to ruin precisely because they worked so well. He gathered what he could and flew on alone to safety, and he is said to have hung up his wings as an offering at a temple and never to have flown again, and to have cursed his own arts that had cost him his son. The greatest inventor in the myths spent the rest of his life knowing his own genius had built the thing that took the one person he loved. The Greeks set that story down as a warning about excess and about not exceeding your given measure, fly the middle course. But underneath the moral it's also just the oldest grief there is. A father who couldn't keep his child from reaching too high. Both of these stories, Theseus's and Icarus's, turn on the same Greek conviction, the one stitched through the whole night, that the middle path is the safe one, that forgetting and excess both carry a price, and that the gods and the world will collect that price no matter how clever or how heroic you are. Keep the middle course. Remember to change the sail. Small things easy to forget, and the forgetting costs a father or a son. The Greeks were not sentimental about their heroes. They loved them, and they watched them fall, and they wrote down both, with the same steady hand. We've followed the cunning heroes now, the ones who won by thread and wing and wit, and watched what cleverness costs when it forgets its limits. It's time to turn to the other kind entirely, to the hero who didn't outwit his problems, but simply outlasted them, who was handed the most punishing sequence of impossible tasks in all of mythology and ground through every one of them by sheer endurance and strength. The strong man descended from Perseus's own line, the one the gods both favoured and tormented, whose name has come down to us as the very definition of a labour too great for an ordinary person. We're going to meet Heracles, and we're going to start, as his story always must, with the reason a hero that mighty was set to his 12 great labours in the first place, which begins, as so much does in this family, with the jealousy of Hera. Strength like that has to come from somewhere, and in Heracles' case it came from Zeus, which meant it came bundled with a lifelong enemy before he had even drawn breath. Zeus had fathered him on a mortal woman named Alcmene, and not just any mortal woman, but one of the line of Perseus, so that the greatest hero descended from the hero who took the Gorgon's head. Zeus wanted this child to be exceptional, the greatest of all his mortal sons, and on the day the boy was due to be born, Zeus made a proud and careless boast in the halls of Olympus, that on this day a child of his own blood would be born, who would rule over all those around him. Hera, who had spent eternities learning to weaponize her husband's own words against him, saw her moment. She made Zeus swear to it, bind it with an unbreakable oath, and then she went to work on the timing. She had her daughter Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, delay Alcmene's labour, holding the baby back from being born, and at the same time hurried the early birth of another child of Perseus's line, a cousin, so that he came into the world first. By the time Heracles was born, the oath had already settled on the other infant. The child fated to rule was by Hera's manipulation of the clock, not Heracles at all, but his lesser cousin Eurystheus, and Zeus's own binding oath could not be undone. So Heracles, born to be a king, was instead born to serve, destined to one day take orders from the weaker cousin Hera had pushed ahead of him in line. That arrangement is the engine of his whole story. The labours, when they come, will come at the command of that very cousin, the accidental king Hera installed to spite her husband. She wasn't finished. While Heracles was still an infant in his cradle, Hera sent 2 serpents into the nursery to end him before he could grow into the threat she feared. And the baby Heracles, not yet able to walk, woke to find the serpents coiling toward him, and reached out and took one in each tiny fist and throttled them, and was found by his astonished family gurgling happily, with 2 limp serpents in his hands. Having dealt with his first assassination attempt before he could speak, it was the first sign of what he was, strength beyond anything mortal, the raw power of his divine father concentrated into a single human frame. The name his family gave him, Heracles, actually means something like glory of Hera, a bitter little irony, since the goddess he was named to honour would spend his entire life trying to undo him, and would, in the cruelest of all her schemes, eventually succeed in turning that very strength against the people he loved. Because here is the dark heart of why Heracles undertook the labours at all, and I'll hold it in the soft language we've kept all night. Hera could not overpower him directly, he was too strong, so she struck at his mind. She sent upon him a fit of madness, a divine derangement that clouded his reason entirely, and in that state, not knowing what he did, not seeing what was truly before him, Heracles brought harm to his own wife and children. He came back to himself to find what his clouded hands had done, and the grief and horror of it nearly undid him. It is the great tragedy at the centre of his story, the strongest man alive, made by a goddess's malice into the instrument of his own deepest loss, guilty of something he never chose and could not have prevented, and left to live on carrying it. The Greeks did not flinch from this. They built their mightiest hero on a foundation of genuine sorrow, and everything that follows, the labours, the wandering, the endless tasks, is in part his attempt to atone for a thing that was never truly his fault. Seeking some way to cleanse himself of this grief, Heracles went, as people did, to the oracle at Delphi to ask what he must do. And the oracle told him, "Go and serve the cousin Eurystheus, the very man Hera's scheme had made king in his place, and perform whatever tasks that king set him, and by completing them he would purify himself of his sorrow and win, at the very end. Something no other mortal hero achieved." So Heracles, the greatest man alive, bound himself to the service of his lesser cousin, and Eurystheus, a timid and rather cowardly king who was frankly terrified of his enormous relative, set about devising the most impossible and lethal tasks he could imagine, hoping each one would be the end of him. These are the famous 12 labours. There were originally meant to be 10, but the king cheated on the count twice and added 2 more, in a bit of pettiness we'll come to. Let me walk you through them, because each one is its own small adventure, and together they're the spine of the most famous hero story the Greeks ever told. The first task Eurystheus set was the Nemean lion. There was a lion ravaging the region of Nemea, and it was no ordinary beast, its hide was impervious, so tough that no weapon could pierce it. No spear, no arrow, no blade. Heracles tried them all and found them useless, his arrows simply bouncing off the creature's skin. So he did the only thing left to a man whose weapons won't work. He cornered the lion and used his bare hands and his own overwhelming strength, wrestling the unkillable beast into submission by main force. And then, needing to skin it, but finding that nothing could cut the impervious hide, he solved the problem with a cleverness people don't always credit him for. He used the lion's own claws. The one thing sharp enough to part its own skin, to do the work. He took the pelt and wore it ever after, the lion's head as a hood and the unpierceable hide as armour nothing could penetrate, and that lion skin became the way you recognise him in every statue and every vase painting from then on. The first labour gave him his signature look and a coat that no weapon could get through, which would come in fairly handy for the 11 still to come. The second labour was the Hydra, and this one nearly beat him, because it was a problem that got worse the harder you fought it. The Hydra was a great serpentine water monster that lived in a swamp with many heads, and its defining horror was that whenever one of its heads was struck off, 2 new heads grew back in its place. So the obvious approach, cutting off the heads, was precisely the wrong one. Every blow doubled the enemy. Heracles found himself fighting a thing that multiplied with each success, the swamp filling with more and more snapping heads the more effectively he attacked. Worse, Hera, watching, sent an enormous crab to bite at his feet and distract him while he fought, just to make it harder. He dealt with the crab, and then he stopped trying to win by force alone, and called for help from his nephew Iolaus, and together they worked out the trick. The heads grew back only if the severed neck was left open. So as Heracles struck off each head, Iolaus came behind with fire and sealed the wound shut, so that nothing could grow back. Head by head they cleared the monster, sealing each stump as they went, until only the one immortal central head remained, and that one Heracles severed and buried deep beneath an enormous rock, where it could do no further harm. Then he did something practical and a little ominous. He dipped his arrows in the Hydra's venom, making them lethal beyond any cure. Remember those arrows. They solve a great many of his future problems, and at the very end of his life, by a long and terrible accident, they become the cause of his own. And here's the petty bit I promised. When Heracles returned, the king Eurystheus refused to count the Hydra as a completed labour, on the grounds that Heracles had not done it alone, he'd had help from his nephew. It was a technicality and a mean one, the cowardly king reaching for any excuse to keep his terrifying cousin in service longer, and it's the first of the 2 strikes from the record that turns 10 labours into 12. Heracles, who could have crushed the king without effort, simply accepted the ruling and went on to the next task, which tells you something about the patience that grief had taught him. He had a debt to work off that had nothing to do with any king's bookkeeping. The third labour turned from raw force to patience entirely, the hind of Serenea, a deer sacred to the goddess Artemis, with golden antlers and hooves of bronze, so swift that no creature could catch it. Eurystheus chose this one hoping that Heracles would either fail to catch the impossibly fast animal, or, worse for him, harm a creature sacred to Artemis and bring her wrath down on himself. So this labour wasn't about strength at all, it was about not breaking the thing he was sent to fetch. Heracles pursued the hind for an entire year, the story says, chasing it across mountains and rivers and to the far edges of the world, never quite catching it, until at last he wore it down or caught it with a single carefully gentle shot that didn't harm it, and carried it back alive. On the way he met Artemis herself, angry that her sacred animal had been taken, and had to explain that he was bound to the labour and meant the creature no harm and would return it, talking his way out of a goddess's anger with humility rather than force. A whole year for one deer brought back unharmed. The labours were not all monsters. Some were simply tests of whether the strongest man alive could be patient and careful, which were the two things least natural to him. A live animal turned out to be more trouble than a dead monster, and the fourth labour proved it twice over. Eurystheus next sent Heracles after the Erymanthian boar, an enormous wild creature that came down from a mountain to ravage the countryside, and the task this time was to bring it back alive, which is always harder than the alternative, as anyone who has tried to relocate a wild animal rather than simply deal with it can tell you. Heracles solved it with a method that's almost funny in its simplicity. He chased the boar up into the high country, where the deep winter snow lay thick, and drove the heavy animal into a snowdrift where it floundered and sank and couldn't get free, and then simply walked up and bound it while it was stuck. He carried the trussed, furious boar back on his shoulders to the king, and here we get one of the great comic images of the whole sequence, because Eurystheus, the cowardly king, took one look at the enormous live boar his terrifying cousin was carrying toward him, and panicked completely, scrambling to hide inside a large bronze storage jar sunk into the ground, peeking out at the monster from inside a pot. The Greeks loved this. They painted it again and again, the mighty hero holding a struggling boar, and the king of the realm cowering in a jar, calling out his orders from inside it. From then on, the joke goes, Eurystheus did much of his commanding from the safety of that jar, ordering Heracles to take each new horror somewhere, anywhere, far away from the palace. On the way to the boar, by the way, Heracles had stopped to share wine with a friendly centaur, and this is worth a brief detour because it introduces a whole strange race of beings and plants a seed that will, much later, grow into the hero's undoing. Centaurs were creatures with the upper body of a man joined to the body and legs of a horse, wild, mostly, and prone to losing their heads over wine, which is exactly what happened here. The smell of the opened wine drew a whole crowd of centaurs who became violent, and in the resulting chaos Heracles drove them off with his arrows, the ones dipped in hydra venom. But one of those arrows, by accident, struck a centaur named Chiron, and Chiron was not like the others. Chiron was wise and gentle and immortal, the great teacher who tutored many of the heroes, the kindest being in a wild race. The hydra's venom could not end an immortal's life, so it did something worse. It left Chiron in pain that could never heal and never end, deathless and suffering, until eventually he chose to give up his immortality entirely just to be free of it, trading his endless life away to a certain other prisoner so that he could finally find peace. It's a quiet, sad thread, the accidental wounding of the one good centaur by the hero he'd never harmed, and it's the kind of collateral sorrow the Greeks scattered through even their triumphs. The fifth labour was the one designed purely to humiliate, and it's my favourite for exactly that reason. Eurystheus, casting about for a task that would degrade the great hero rather than endanger him, ordered Heracles to clean the stables of King Augeas in a single day. Now this sounds like nothing, until you learn that Augeas kept an immense number of cattle, thousands of them, divinely healthy and therefore prodigiously productive, and that their stables had not been cleaned in 30 years. 3 decades of accumulated filth, a job no one could finish in a lifetime, let alone a day, handed to the mightiest hero alive specifically, so that he'd spend his strength shoveling muck and be thoroughly demeaned by it. And Heracles refused to be demeaned. He looked at the problem and decided he would not touch the filth with his hands at all. Instead, he went out and physically rerouted 2 rivers, breaking open the walls of the stable yard at both ends and bending the river's courses so that the water roared straight through the stables, washing 30 years of filth away in a single afternoon, while Heracles essentially stood back and watched the rivers do his chore. The task meant to humble him became a demonstration that he could move rivers. And then, because this story cannot resist a cheated count, Eurystheus refused to credit this labour too, on the grounds that Heracles had arranged to be paid for the work by Augeas, which supposedly disqualified it as a labour performed in service. That's the second of the two strikes. 2 labours discounted on technicalities, and so 10 became 12, all because a frightened king kept moving the goalposts from inside his jar. The 6th labour sent him against the Stymphalian birds, a flock of menacing birds that had infested a marsh, with beaks and feathers like metal, so numerous that they darkened the sky and so settled into the dense marsh that Heracles couldn't reach them. The ground too swampy to walk on, the reeds too thick to push through, the birds simply staying out of range. This was a problem of access more than of combat. And here Athena, who helped the heroes she favoured, gave him a solution, a great rattle or pair of bronze noisemakers, forged by Hephaestus. Heracles climbed to high ground and sounded the bronze, an enormous clashing clamour, and the startled birds burst up out of the marsh all at once into the open air in a panic, and once they were aloft and exposed, he brought them down with his arrows. The trick was never strength, it was noise, the same principle that once kept the infant Zeus hidden in his cave, bronze clashing to solve a problem that force couldn't. The Greeks liked these echoes, the way a hero's solution rhymed with an older story. We're halfway through the labours now, 6 down, and you'll have noticed the pattern shifting. The early tasks were beasts to be overcome by strength or wit close to home, but Eurystheus is running low on local monsters, and the second half of the labours sends Heracles farther and farther afield, to distant lands, to the literal edges of the known world, and finally beyond the edge of the living world entirely, down into the realm of the departed. The tasks escalate not just in danger, but in distance, pushing the hero off the map of the ordinary and out toward the strange margins where myth kept its most remarkable things. The 7th labour took him across the sea to Crete, that island again, where the white bull still figures in the story. The Cretan bull was in fact that same magnificent bull Poseidon had sent from the sea, the one King Minos failed to sacrifice, now run wild and wreaking havoc across the island. Heracles was sent to capture it and bring it back alive, and he did, wrestling the great beast into submission and carrying it across the water to the mainland. The aftermath has a small dark comedy to it. Eurystheus wanted to dedicate the bull to Hera, but Hera, refusing to accept anything that brought glory to the hero she hated, would have nothing to do with it. So the bull was released and went wandering off across the Greek countryside to become a problem for somebody else entirely. It roamed to the plain of Marathon, where much later the hero Theseus would deal with it, tying the labours of one great hero to the adventures of another, the same wild bull crossing 2 famous lives. The 8th labour carried him far to the north and east, to the land of a fierce king named Diomedes, not the warrior of the same name we'll meet at Troy, a different one, who kept a team of mares with a horrifying habit. They had been fed on the flesh of men, made wild and dangerous by the cruel diet their master gave them, savage beyond any normal horse. Heracles was sent to bring these man-eating mares back, and the way he tamed them was grimly fitting. Without belabouring it, the cruel king who had fed travellers to his horses ended up sharing the fate he'd inflicted on others, and the mares, once they'd been satisfied in that final terrible way, became calm and manageable, the savagery gone out of them. Heracles led the now docile horses back to Eurystheus. It's one of the harsher labours, and the Greeks told it as a kind of grim justice. The man who built his power on feeding others to his animals, fed, in the end to those same animals. The labour done, the mares too were eventually released to wander, their wildness spent. That's 8 of the 12, and the hero is now being sent ever outward, towards stranger and more distant things, to fetch the belt of a warrior queen at the edge of the known world, to round up the cattle of a 3-bodied giant beyond the western ocean, to steal golden apples from a garden at the rim of creation guarded by a sleepless dragon, and at the very last to go down alive into the country of the departed and bring back up the thing that guards its gate, which no living person had ever done and returned to speak of. The labours are about to leave the familiar world behind entirely, and the farther Heracles goes, the closer he comes to the borders of myth itself. The 9th labour sent Heracles after an article of clothing, which sounds like a step down until you learn whose clothing it was. Eurystheus had a daughter, and the daughter wanted a particular treasure, the belt of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. The Amazons were a nation of warrior women who lived at the far edge of the known world, a society without men in the usual arrangement, where the women were the hunters and fighters and rulers, formidable in battle and answerable to no one. Their queen Hippolyta wore a belt, or war girdle, that had been given to her by Ares, the god of war himself, as a token of her supremacy among them. And the spoiled princess back home wanted it, so off Heracles went to the ends of the earth to ask a warrior queen for her belt. And remarkably, the first part went well. Hippolyta met Heracles, heard why he'd come, and, being impressed by him, or simply gracious, agreed to give him the belt freely, no battle required. The labour was on the verge of being the one peaceful success in the whole bloody sequence. Then Hera ruined it, because of course she did. Disguising herself as one of the Amazons, she spread a rumour through their ranks that this foreign hero had come to abduct their queen, and the warrior women, believing their queen was in danger, took up arms and came charging down on Heracles' party. And Heracles, seeing an army of Amazons bearing down on him, concluded that Hippolyta had betrayed him and lured him into a trap, and in the fighting that followed, the queen who had meant him no harm lost her life, and the peaceful labour turned into a battle that never needed to happen, engineered entirely by Hera's lie. He got the belt and carried it home to be handed to a princess as a trinket, at the cost of a queen who'd been willing to simply give it to him. It's one of the saddest of the labours precisely because it almost wasn't sad at all, derailed at the last moment by a goddess who couldn't stand to let the hero have one clean victory. The 10th labour pushed past the edge of the known world to its western rim, and the prize was cattle again, but cattle belonging to a giant unlike anything Heracles had faced. Far to the west, beyond the great ocean, on an island at the boundary of the world, lived Geryon, a giant with 3 bodies joined at the waist, 3 torsos and 3 heads and 6 arms, who kept a magnificent herd of red cattle, guarded by a herdsman and a fearsome 2-headed hound. To even reach this place, Heracles had to travel farther west than anyone had gone, to the very strait where the Mediterranean meets the outer ocean, and there, the story says, he set up 2 great pillars to mark the western limit of the world, one on each side of the strait. Those are the Pillars of Heracles, the ancient name for the rocks that flank the Strait of Gibraltar, and the Greeks genuinely believed the hero had placed them there to mark where the world ended. The journey itself was so hot, for the sun beat down mercilessly as he crossed the southern lands, that Heracles, in a fit of temper, actually drew his bow and threatened the sun. And the sun, rather than scorch him for the insolence, was so amused or impressed by the audacity of a mortal aiming an arrow at it, that it lent him a great golden cup, the very vessel the sun used to sail back around the world each night, and in this golden cup Heracles sailed across the ocean to Geryon's island. He overcame the guardian hound and the herdsman, and then the 3-bodied giant himself, brought down by a single well-placed venomous arrow, and then faced the genuinely tedious second half of the labour, which was herding a flock of cattle on foot all the way back across the entire world from its western edge to Greece. A journey beset by thieves and obstacles, and one stretch where a local figure stole some of the cattle and hid them by dragging them backward into a cave so the hoofprints pointed the wrong way, the same trick the infant Hermes once pulled, foiled this time because the hidden cattle lowed and gave themselves away. Months of driving stolen and recovered cattle across continents, all so a king could fulfill a count. The labours were turning into less a series of fights than a single endless footsore expedition to the corners of the earth. With 10 labours done, Heracles should have been free. 10 was the original number. But Eurystheus, you'll remember, had thrown out 2 on technicalities, the Hydra for the help and the stables for the payment. And so he declared that 2 more were owed. And for these final 2 he reached past every monster and every distant land to the 2 most impossible things he could conceive of. Something from the literal edge of the world, and something from beyond the edge of life itself. The 11th labour was the golden apples of the Hesperides, and here the whole night loops back on itself, because these were the very apples that grew on the tree Gaia had given to Hera as a wedding gift, long ago, in that western garden at the rim of the world, tended by the nymphs called the Hesperides, and guarded by a dragon that never slept, a 100-headed serpent coiled around the tree. I told you, hours ago, to remember that orchard. Here is the hero come to rob it. The trouble was that no one even knew exactly where the garden was, and so the labour began as a search, Heracles wandering the edges of the world asking after the location, having various adventures along the way, including the one that finally pays off a much older promise. On this journey he came at last to the far mountain where Prometheus was still bound, still having his liver fed upon by the eagle each day, across all these ages since he stole fire for mankind. And Heracles, the friend of humanity's own distant descendant, drew his bow and shot the eagle and broke the Titan's chains and set Prometheus free at last, ending the longest punishment in all of mythology. The friend of mankind, freed by mankind's greatest hero. Prometheus, in gratitude and because his gift was always forethought, gave Heracles the secret to the apples. Do not try to take them yourself, but find the Titan Atlas, whose garden it borders, and have him fetch them for you. Atlas was a Titan with his own eternal sentence. After the great war of the Titans, he had been condemned by Zeus to stand at the western edge of the world and hold the sky upon his shoulders forever, bearing the entire weight of the heavens, so that earth and sky stayed apart. And the garden of the golden apples was near where Atlas stood, tended by the Hesperides, who were in fact his own daughters. So Atlas could walk into the garden and take the apples where Heracles, a stranger, could not. Heracles made him an offer. I will take the weight of the sky onto my own shoulders for a little while, and you go and fetch the apples for me, since the dragon will not trouble you and the nymphs are your daughters. Atlas, who had been holding up the heavens for an eternity, and would do nearly anything for a break, agreed at once. Heracles bent and took the crushing weight of the sky onto his own back, the only mortal ever to bear it, and Atlas, suddenly free for the first time in ages, strolled off and plucked the golden apples easily. But when Atlas came back, apples in hand, he had a thought he liked very much. Why ever take the sky back? Let the strong man hold it forever, and Atlas would walk free at last and deliver the apples to the king himself. He told Heracles as much, that he'd just go and hand the apples over personally, and Heracles could keep holding up the heavens. Thanks very much. And Heracles, who could not simply set the sky down and chase him without the whole heavens crashing, had to outthink a Titan while bearing the weight of the world. So he pretended to agree. Fine, he said, only the weight is sitting awkwardly on my shoulders and hurting me. Would you take the sky back just for a moment? just long enough for me to fold my cloak into a pad to cushion my shoulders, and then I'll take it again, and you can be on your way." Atlas, not the sharpest of the Titans, saw no harm in it, and set down the apples, and shouldered the sky once more so Heracles could adjust his cloak. And Heracles picked up the apples, thanked him politely, and walked away, leaving Atlas holding up the heavens exactly as before, tricked back into his eternal burden by the oldest move there is. The strongest hero won that one with his head, not his back, which the Greeks appreciated. Even the muscle-bound champion knew that sometimes you beat a Titan by simply being a little quicker than he is. 11 labours done, the apples delivered, and then quietly returned to the garden, since they were sacred and couldn't stay in the mortal world. One task remained, the 12th and final and most impossible of all, the one Eurystheus surely believed no one could survive, because it required going to the one place from which the living do not return. He sent Heracles down into the underworld, into the kingdom of Hades, to bring back up to the surface the monstrous hound that guards its gate. And to follow him there we have to leave the bright world of the labours behind, and go down at last into the dark country we've been circling all night, the realm of the departed, with its rivers and its ferrymen and its 3-headed dog. Down is easy, the Greeks said. It's the coming back up that almost no one manages, and Heracles was being sent to do both. Before we follow him through the gate, let me show you the country itself, because the Greek underworld is one of the most carefully imagined places in all their mythology, and it's nothing like the fiery pit later ages would picture. It was simply the land of the departed, a vast, dim, grey kingdom beneath the earth where everyone went when their life was over, ruled by that eldest brother who drew it in the casting of lots so long ago. Hades, the lord of the place, took his name from the realm itself, or gave the realm his name, and he was not the villain that later stories would make him. He was stern and unyielding and rarely moved to mercy, but he was not cruel for its own sake. He simply ran the most populous and least cheerful kingdom there was, and ran it with grim fairness. The Greeks were actually a little afraid to say his name out loud, for fear of drawing his attention, so they called him by gentler titles, names meaning the rich one, because all the wealth of metals and gems beneath the earth was his, and because everything that lives eventually comes down to him, making his kingdom the one that never stops growing. To get there at all, the departed had to make a journey, and the first great obstacle was a river, several rivers in fact that wound through the underworld, but the famous one was the Styx, the river of hatred and unbreakable oaths, the same river the gods swore their binding promises upon. The shades of those who had finished their lives gathered on its near bank, and they could not cross on their own. They needed a ferryman, and the ferryman was Charon, a grim, ancient, unwashed figure who poled his boat across the dark water, carrying the departed to the far shore. And Charon did not work for free. He charged a fare, a single small coin, for passage across the river. This is why the Greeks placed a coin in the mouth of those who had passed before laying them to rest, an actual practice, a real coin for a mythical boatman, so that the departed would have the fare to pay Charon and not be left stranded. And those who arrived without the coin, the ones who had not been properly laid to rest, could not pay the fare, and Charon turned them away, leaving them to wander the near bank of the river for 100 years before he'd finally take them across. The whole grim economy of it is wonderfully specific. Even the journey to the land of the departed had a toll booth, and the Greeks made sure to send their loved ones off with exact change. On the far side of the river waited the gatekeeper, and this was Heracles' actual target. Cerberus, the great hound of the underworld, a monstrous dog with 3 heads, some say more, and a serpent for a tail, who guarded the gate of Hades. And Cerberus's job was peculiar, and tells you something about how the Greeks understood the place. He was not there to keep the living out so much as to keep the departed in. The dead could enter freely, it was leaving that Cerberus prevented. He let every shade pass inward and let none pass back out, the perfect one-way door, fawning on those who arrived and savaging anyone who tried to return to the light. To complete his final labour, Heracles had to get past this creature, subdue it, and drag it up out of the underworld into the daylight, to remove the very thing whose entire purpose was that nothing ever leaves. Beyond the gate, the geography of the dead opened up, and it was not a single undifferentiated gloom. The Greeks sorted their departed. Most shades went to a vast grey plain called the Fields of Asphodel, a neutral twilit meadow where the ordinary multitude of ended lives drifted on in a dim, dreamlike, half-remembering existence, not punished, not rewarded, simply continuing in a faded version of themselves, pale shadows of who they'd been. This was the common fate, the destination of the great average of humanity, not torment, just a quiet, colourless forever. There was a darker region for the genuinely wicked, the deep pit of Tartarus, the same 9 days falling abyss where the defeated Titans were bound, reserved now also for a handful of mortals who had committed the very worst offences, usually against the gods themselves, and whose punishments became some of the most vivid images the Greeks ever devised. And there was, for a fortunate few, a place of genuine reward called Elysium, the Elysian Fields, a sunlit and gentle country set aside for the heroes and the especially virtuous, where the air was soft and the departed who had earned it lived on in ease and pleasantness. 3 destinations, then, the grey middle for most, the pit for the worst, the bright fields for the best. The Greeks built a whole moral architecture into the afterlife, though they were honest enough to consign the vast majority of people to the unremarkable grey middle, which feels about right. Let me linger on Tartarus and its famous prisoners, because their punishments are among the most memorable things in all of mythology, each one a perfect, eternal, ironic torment fitted exactly to the crime. There was a king named Tantalus who had been honoured by the gods, invited to dine with them, and who repaid that honour with a betrayal so grotesque, testing whether the gods were truly all-knowing by serving them a horrifying meal at a feast, much like that other impious king from the time of the flood, that his punishment became proverbial. Tantalus was made to stand forever in a pool of cool water beneath a tree heavy with fruit, tormented by thirst and hunger, and whenever he bent to drink, the water drained away from his lips, and whenever he reached for the fruit, the branches lifted just out of his grasp. Forever within reach of relief and forever denied it, the satisfaction always receding the instant he reached for it. His name gave us the word tantalize, and his is the punishment everyone remembers. The thing you want eternally, agonizingly, a hair beyond your fingertips. Then there was Sisyphus, the cleverest and most defiant of mortals, a king who had managed the impossible feat of cheating the underworld not once but twice. He had tricked the very figure of life's ending, binding it in chains so that for a time no one in the world could pass on at all, and when he was finally brought below, he talked his way back out again, persuading the queen of the underworld to let him return to the surface briefly to scold his wife about his funeral rites, and then simply refusing to come back, living on in the sunlight as a fugitive from the dead, until at last he was dragged down for good. For this serial cheating of the natural order, the gods devised a punishment of pure, exquisite futility. Sisyphus was made to roll an enormous boulder up a steep hill, straining with his whole body to push it to the top, and every single time, just as it neared the summit, the boulder rolled back down to the bottom, and he had to descend and begin again. Forever an eternity of labour that accomplishes precisely nothing, the goal reached and lost in the same instant, over and over without end or purpose. The Greeks gave the cleverest man alive the most pointless task imaginable, and the image of Sisyphus and his stone has haunted people ever since as the very picture of meaningless toil. And there was Ixion, who had committed an offence against Zeus's own hospitality and even dared to pursue Hera, and who was bound forever to a fiery wheel that turned endlessly through the dark, spinning without stop for all eternity. 3 kings, 3 eternal torments, each one a crime against the gods answered with a punishment shaped precisely to it. The always receding reward, the always undone labour, the always turning wheel. The Greeks understood that the most terrible thing was not pain, but pain without end and without meaning, the same futile moment repeating forever, and they put their worst offenders exactly there. This was the country Heracles walked into alive, past the ferryman, past the gate, into a kingdom built for those who never leave, to seize its guardian hound and drag it back up to the world of the sun. And the strange, almost gentle resolution of the 12th labour is that he did it more or less honestly. He went before Hades himself and asked permission to take Cerberus, and Hades, lord of the dead, granted it on one condition, that Heracles subdue the hound using no weapons, by his bare strength alone. So Heracles wrestled the 3-headed dog into submission with his hands, the same way he'd taken the Nemean lion at the very first, and carried the great struggling beast up the long dark road and out into the daylight. He brought Cerberus before Eurystheus, who took one look at the hellhound and dove straight back into his bronze jar, because some things never change, and having finally, undeniably, completed the 12th labour, Heracles was released at last from his servitude. The hound was returned to its post at the gate, where it guards the way still. The labours were over. The greatest of them all had gone down into the country of the departed and come back up into the light, which almost no one ever does, and his long penance was finished. But we're in the deep country now, and there are others who came down here alive on errands of their own. One of them for the oldest and most heartbreaking reason there is. A musician who came down to ask the Lord of the Dead for the one thing the dead never give back. There was a musician whose playing could make the rivers slow to listen, and the saddest story the Greeks ever told is about the one time it wasn't enough. His name was Orpheus, and he was the greatest musician who ever lived, the son, in most tellings, of one of the muses themselves, which is as good as a birthright in music can get. When Orpheus played his lyre and sang, the whole world stopped to listen. Wild animals grew tame and gathered at his feet. Trees pulled up their roots and leaned closer to hear. Rivers paused in their flowing, and even the stones were said to soften. His music was not merely beautiful, it had power over the very nature of things, able to charm anything that could hear it, and a great deal that you wouldn't think could. He was, briefly, among the happiest figures in all of mythology. Because he had his gift and he had found his love, a woman named Eurydice, whom he married, and with whom he was, for a short while, simply and completely happy. Hold on to that happiness. It lasts about 1 paragraph, which is roughly how long happiness tends to last in these stories. On their wedding day, or soon after, Eurydice was walking through the grass when she was bitten by a serpent hidden there, and the bite was more than she could survive, and her life ended, and she passed down into the country of the departed, gone, in an instant, on what should have been the happiest stretch of both their lives. And Orpheus was left in the world above, with his music and his grief, and no wife, and he could not bear it. He played such mournful songs that all of nature wept with him, the whole world grieving along to his lament. But grief, however beautiful, doesn't bring anyone back, and Orpheus eventually arrived at a decision no sensible person makes. He would go down into the underworld himself, alive, and ask the Lord of the Dead to give his wife back. So he went down the long dark road that we just travelled, the living musician walking down into the country of the departed, and his music carried him through every obstacle that should have stopped him. He came to the river, and where other shades had to pay the grim ferryman his coin, Orpheus simply played, and Charon, who had never been moved by anything, ferried him across, charmed by a song. He came to the three-headed hound at the gate, the same Cerberus that savaged anyone trying to pass, and the dog that let no one through grew gentle at the music and lay down and let him by. Even the tormented in Tartarus felt their punishments pause. The stone of Sisyphus rested for a moment on the hillside. The wheel of Ixion slowed, and the always receding water stilled for Tantalus, the whole machinery of eternal suffering, halting to listen to a man play for his lost wife. He walked through the entire kingdom of the dead on the strength of a song, every barrier dissolving before the sound of his grief made beautiful. And he came at last before the thrones of Hades and Persephone, the stern lord of the dead, and his queen, the same Persephone who spends half each year in this dark place and half in the light above. Who knows better than anyone what it is to be separated from someone you love by the boundary of this world? And Orpheus played for them. He sang his case directly to the rulers of the dead, that he had come not to cheat them, that everyone comes to this kingdom in the end, and Eurydice would return to it eventually no matter what, that he asked only to borrow her back for the span of an ordinary lifetime, and that if they refused, he would not return to the world above at all, but would stay below, so that they might keep them both. And he played it so beautifully, with such genuine sorrow, that the impossible happened. The Lord of the Dead was moved. Persephone wept. The stern king who never relented. They agreed to let Eurydice go, to allow her to follow Orpheus back up to the land of the living, the only time in all the myths that the dead were freely granted back. But Hades set one condition, and it was a cruel one precisely because it was so simple. Eurydice would follow behind Orpheus as he climbed back up toward the light, but Orpheus must not look back at her, not once. Not until they had both fully emerged into the upper world. He had to walk the entire long dark road up out of the underworld, trusting that she was behind him, never turning to check, never seeing her face, until they were both safely in the sunlight. If he looked back even once before that, he would lose her, and this time forever. A single backward glance was all it would take to undo everything. So Orpheus began the long climb up, and Eurydice followed somewhere behind him in the dark, and he could not see her or hear her footsteps. The dead make no sound. And he had only the word of the Lord of the Dead that she was there at all. Up he went through the silent dark, past all the obstacles his music had charmed, climbing and climbing toward the distant light, every step an act of pure trust against a silence that gave him nothing back. And the closer he got to the surface, the more the doubt gnawed at him. Was she really there? Had Hades tricked him? What if he climbed all the way out and turned to find no one? The whole bargain a cruel joke. The light grew ahead of him. He was almost there. He could see the world above brightening at the mouth of the passage. And in the very last moment, with the sunlight just touching him, with safety a single step away, Orpheus could not bear the doubt 1 second longer, and he turned to look. She was there. She had been there the whole time, following faithfully just behind him in the dark. He saw her face for 1 instant, and because he had turned before she herself had crossed fully into the light, the condition was broken, and Eurydice was pulled back. She reached out for him, and he reached for her, and their hands could not quite catch, and she slipped back down into the dark, away from him, drawn back into the country of the departed, fading from him with, the old poets say, a single soft word of farewell, not even able to blame him, because what was there to blame him for but loving her too much to trust? He lost her in the last stride. One look, after he had charmed the entire underworld and won back the unwinnable thing, one look at the final moment cost him everything, and this time the loss was permanent. He tried to go back down. Of course he did. He rushed back to the river and begged the ferryman to carry him across again, but the music that had worked once would not work twice, and Charon refused, and Orpheus sat on the bank of the Styx for days, not eating, not sleeping, simply pleading to be let back into the kingdom of the dead, and he was not let in. The door that opens once does not open again. He had been granted the one impossible mercy, and he had spent it on a single backward glance, and there was no second mercy to be had. Eventually he climbed back up to the world above alone, truly alone now, having lost her twice. What became of Orpheus afterward is a bleak coda, and I'll keep it soft. He wandered the world inconsolable, playing songs so sorrowful that they wounded everyone who heard them, withdrawn entirely from the company of others, faithful to a wife he'd lost in the last possible instant. And in the end he came to a bad ending himself at the hands of others who could not forgive his grief and his withdrawal. His life torn from him, his lyre and his head carried off by a river, still singing, the music outlasting the man. The story goes that his lyre was set among the stars, and that his shade went down at last into the underworld for good, where he found Eurydice again at last, and was reunited with her among the departed, and where, the gentlest versions say, the two of them walk together now in the grey fields. And Orpheus can finally look back at her as often as he likes, with no fear of losing her, because there is nowhere left for either of them to fall. That last image is the only mercy the Greeks allowed the story, and it's a small one, offered almost as an afterthought, that the looking back which undid him in life costs nothing in the country where they finally both belong. The lesson everyone draws from Orpheus is about doubt, about the failure of trust at the final step, about how the thing you want most can be lost by the smallest weakness at the very moment of winning it. But underneath the lesson it's simply the oldest and most human story there is. A person who could not accept that the dead stay dead, who was granted the one exception, and who could not hold his nerve long enough to keep it. The Greeks told it knowing every listener would have turned around too. That's why it hurts. We've been a long time in the dark now, among the rivers and the gates, and the ones who came down here for love or labour. The deepest part of the night suits it. But not every descent into this country ended in loss, and there are gentler and stranger corners of the Greek imagination waiting for us as the night thins toward its end. Loving the wrong thing too completely runs all through these tales, and the strangest version of it doesn't involve another person at all. It involves a young man, a still pond, and a reflection he couldn't walk away from. We're coming up out of the deep country now, into a set of stories the Greeks told to explain the world's small tender mysteries, why an echo answers from the hills, why a particular flower nods at the water's edge, how grief could leave its mark on the shape of things. These are the transformation tales, where people in the grip of some overwhelming feeling are changed into flowers, trees, birds, stones, rivers, becoming permanent features of the world. The Greeks saw the landscape as crowded with the remains of old emotions, every echoing valley and weeping spring and trembling tree the leftover of some person who had felt something too strongly to stay a person. The most famous begins with a young man named Narcissus, who was extraordinarily beautiful and knew it, and who treated everyone who fell for him with cold contempt, and a great many people fell for him, drawn by his beauty and then dismissed by his coldness, left to ache for someone who couldn't be bothered to care. Among those who loved him hopelessly was a mountain nymph named Echo, and her own story is the sadder half of this one, usually forgotten in favour of the pond. Echo had once been a chatterbox, a nymph who talked endlessly, and she had used her gift of gab to help cover for Zeus's wanderings, keeping Hera distracted with long chattering conversations while Zeus slipped away. When Hera realised she'd been talked in circles on purpose, she punished Echo in a way perfectly fitted to the crime. She took from her the power of original speech, leaving her able only to repeat the last words that others said to her. Echo could no longer speak her own thoughts. She could only give back the ends of other people's sentences. So when Echo fell for Narcissus and followed him longingly through the woods, she had no way to tell him how she felt. She could only wait for him to speak and echo his words back. When he called out, "Is anyone here?" she could only answer, "Here." When he said, "Come here, let us meet," she joyfully repeated, "Let us meet," and rushed to embrace him. And Narcissus, cold as ever, recoiled and rejected her cruelly, telling her he would rather his life end than let her have him. And Echo, humiliated and heartbroken, crept away into the lonely caves and mountain glens. And there she wasted away in her sorrow until nothing was left of her but her voice. Her body faded entirely, only the sound remained, hiding in the cliffs and the empty valleys, still doing the only thing it could do, repeating back the last words of anyone who calls out. That is why to this day you can shout into a canyon and hear your own words come back to you. Its echo, still there, still unable to say anything of her own, still answering. Narcissus, meanwhile, went on breaking hearts until one of the people he'd spurned prayed for justice, that Narcissus might someday love the way the rest of them had loved, hopelessly and without return. And the goddess of divine retribution heard the prayer and granted it. One day Narcissus, hot and thirsty from hunting, knelt beside a clear, still pool to drink, and saw in the perfect mirror of the water a face of astonishing beauty looking back at him, and he fell instantly and completely in love. He didn't understand at first that he was looking at himself. He thought it was some beautiful water spirit dwelling in the pool, and he reached down to touch the lovely face, and the water rippled and the face dissolved, and when the surface stilled it returned, gazing back at him with the same longing he felt. He tried to kiss it and met only water. He tried to embrace it and caught only his own arms. The thing he loved was right there, close enough to touch, and could never be held, because it was him, and you cannot embrace your own reflection. And Narcissus could not leave. He understood, eventually, the terrible joke of it, that the beloved he was pining for was his own image, that he was both the lover and the thing loved, and that this was the one love in the world that could never, by its very nature, be returned or fulfilled. But understanding didn't free him. He stayed at the edge of the pool, unable to tear himself away from the face he loved, refusing food and rest, simply gazing at his own reflection and wasting away with longing for something he could never have, because it was himself. The same hopeless ache he'd inflicted on so many others now held him fast, exactly as the prayer had asked. He pined away there at the water's edge until his life faded out of him, and even as his shade crossed down into the underworld, the story says, it leaned over the river to catch one last glimpse of itself in the water. And where his body had lain at the edge of the pool, the others came to find him gone, and in his place there grew a flower, white petals around a golden centre. nodding on its stem above the water. We call it the narcissus still. It grows by ponds and streams, bowing its head toward the water, looking, forever, at its own reflection. The Greeks packed a great deal into that one: vanity, and the cruelty of those who are loved and don't care, and the strange truth that the inability to love anyone but yourself is its own kind of trap that starves you in the end. But they told dozens of these transformation stories, and not all of them are about punishment. Many are simply about grief finding a shape to live in. Let me give you a few more quickly, the way they drift past in the half-light, because each one explains some small feature of the world. There were 2 young lovers in the city of Babylon, Pyramus and Thisbe, whose families forbade them from being together, and who could only whisper to each other through a crack in the wall between their houses. They arranged to slip away one night and meet beneath a particular mulberry tree, which at that time bore white fruit. Thisbe arrived first, and was frightened away by a wild animal, dropping her veil as she fled, and the animal, fresh from a hunt, tore and stained the veil before wandering off. Pyramus arrived to find the bloodied veil and the animal's tracks and no Thisbe, and concluded, wrongly, catastrophically, that she had met a terrible end, and that it was his fault for arranging the meeting. Overcome with grief, he took his own life there beneath the tree. And Thisbe crept back to find him gone, and understood the whole terrible misunderstanding, and could not bear to live without him, and followed him. The mulberry tree above them, the story says, was stained by all of this, and ever since that night the mulberry tree has borne dark red fruit instead of white, in memory of 2 young people undone by a misunderstanding in the dark. If that plot feels familiar, it should. It's the bones of a much later and far more famous pair of star-crossed lovers lifted almost whole from this ancient little tragedy. There was a vain queen named Niobe who boasted that she had many fine children, and was therefore greater than the goddess Leto, who had only the 2, Apollo and Artemis. It was the same fatal pride we keep seeing, comparing herself favourably to a god, and the divine twins answered the insult by taking her many children from her, one after another, until the proud mother was left with none, frozen in grief. And the gods, in a strange mercy or a final cruelty, turned the weeping Niobe to stone, but a stone that still wept. A rock formation on a mountainside from which water trickled endlessly down, the grieving mother turned to a crag that mourns forever. Travellers were shown the weeping rock for centuries, and told it was Niobe, still crying for her children, water running down stone that used to be a queen. And there were the lovers Ceyx and Alcyone, devoted to each other, separated when Ceyx was lost at sea in a storm, and did not come home. Alcyone waited and waited at the shore for a husband who would never return, and when at last she learned the truth and saw his form carried in on the waves, her grief was so complete that the gods, moved to pity, transformed them both into birds, kingfishers, so that they could be together again, skimming over the water side by side. And it was said that each year, for a stretch of days in the depth of winter, the seas would grow miraculously calm and still while these birds nested on the water, a peaceful window in the stormy season granted so their young could be born safely. The Greeks called those calm winter days the halcyon days, after Alcyone's old name, and we use the phrase still. Halcyon days, a time of peace and calm. Almost none of us knowing it comes from a grieving wife turned into a kingfisher, granted a few still days each winter to raise her young on a quiet sea. That's the gift of these little stories. They're scattered all through our language and our world. The mulberry's dark fruit, and the echo in the canyon, and the narcissus bowed over the water, and the halcyon days of winter calm. Each one the fossil of some old, overwhelming feeling that the Greeks decided must have left a permanent mark. They couldn't imagine that grief and love and pride that's strong would simply vanish. They had to go somewhere. They became flowers and birds and weeping stones and voices in the hills, the feelings outliving the people, woven into the ordinary furniture of the world, so that you're surrounded, if you believe the Greeks, by the transformed remains of everyone who ever felt something too large to contain. With a great deal of grander business still ahead before the end, the longest war in all of mythology, and the long wandering home that followed it, the two great tales the Greeks built their whole literature around. All of it set in motion, you'll remember, by a single piece of fruit handed to the wrong person at a wedding. One apple. The longest and most famous war in all of mythology, 10 years of trouble for an entire civilization, and at the root of it sits a single piece of fruit and a wedding nobody should have left a guest off the list for. The wedding was a grand one. A sea goddess named Thetis was marrying a mortal man, and this was a significant match. Partly because of a prophecy attached to Thetis that we'll come back to, because it explains why a goddess was being married off to a mortal in the first place. Every god and goddess of any importance was invited to the celebration. The whole of Olympus gathered for the feast. Every important god except one, Eris, the goddess of discord, of strife, of exactly the kind of trouble you don't want at a wedding, was deliberately left off the guest list, for the obvious reason that no one wants the personification of conflict at a happy occasion. And Eris, predictably, did not take the snub gracefully. She came anyway, uninvited, and she brought a gift. A single golden apple, beautiful and gleaming, which she rolled into the middle of the gathering without a word, and then left. And on the apple was an inscription, just one word, "For the fairest." That's all. For the fairest. She didn't say who, she simply tossed a golden apple, labelled for the most beautiful, into a room full of goddesses and walked out, and let the thing do its work. It was the most elegant act of trouble-making imaginable. She didn't have to lift a finger after that. 3 goddesses immediately claimed the apple as rightfully theirs: Hera, the queen of the gods; Athena, goddess of wisdom; and Aphrodite, goddess of beauty herself. Each insisted she was the fairest, and the apple was meant for her, and none would yield, and the argument grew until it threatened to sour the entire wedding and beyond. They demanded that someone judge between them, and here Zeus showed real wisdom, because he refused to touch it. Asked to decide which of 3 powerful goddesses, one his wife, one his daughter, one a force older than himself, was the most beautiful, Zeus recognized a question with no safe answer and wanted nothing to do with it. Whatever he chose, he'd make eternal enemies of the other 2, and one of them shared his bed. So he passed the decision off to a mortal, an unsuspecting young man with no idea what was about to land on him, a shepherd named Paris, who was tending flocks on a hillside near the city of Troy, and who happened to be, though he didn't yet know it, a prince of that city. The 3 goddesses were sent down to him to let him judge, and so this ordinary shepherd looked up one day to find the 3 most powerful goddesses in creation standing before him, each demanding he name her the fairest. There is no worse position in all of mythology. Whatever he decided, 2 goddesses would hate him forever. And the goddesses, rather than simply standing for judgment, did what powerful figures do when a decision is in someone's hands. They tried to bribe him. Each offered Paris something in exchange for the apple. Hera, the queen, offered him power, rule over the greatest kingdoms, to be lord of all of Asia, political dominion beyond any mortal's reach. Athena offered him wisdom and skill in war, to be the greatest warrior and the wisest of men, unbeatable in battle, brilliant in counsel. And Aphrodite offered him love, specifically the love of the most beautiful woman in all the world. three bribes: power, glory, and beauty. And Paris, being a young man, chose exactly the way you'd worry a young man might. He gave the apple to Aphrodite and chose love, and in doing so chose the most beautiful woman in the world as his prize, and made lifelong enemies of Hera and Athena, the goddesses of power and war, which is a genuinely catastrophic pair of enemies to make right before a war. That choice, the judgment of Paris, is the seed of everything. A shepherd handed an apple to the goddess of love, and 10 years later a great city would burn for it. There was just one problem with Paris's prize, and it was an enormous one. The most beautiful woman in the world already had a husband. Her name was Helen, and she was the daughter of Zeus himself, born of one of his unions with a mortal woman, and her beauty was so renowned that when she had come of age to marry, nearly every king and prince in Greece had come to seek her hand. So many powerful suitors competed for her that the situation threatened conflict before any wedding had even happened. A room full of armed and ambitious kings, all wanting the same woman, all of them dangerous if disappointed. And here a clever man named Odysseus, who'll become very important to us, proposed a solution that everyone agreed to. Before Helen chose, all the suitors would swear a binding oath that whoever Helen married, all the rest of them would respect the choice, and crucially, that if anyone ever tried to take her from her chosen husband, every single one of them would unite to get her back. They all swore it, every king and prince of Greece bound by oath to defend Helen's marriage, whoever the husband turned out to be. Remember that oath. It is the thread that turns one couple's trouble into an entire civilization's war. Helen chose, or was chosen for, a king named Menelaus, who ruled the city of Sparta, and she became his queen, and for a while all was well. And then Paris, the shepherd who turned out to be a prince of Troy, now restored to his royal family, came to Sparta as a guest in Menelaus's own house. Aphrodite, you'll remember, owed him the most beautiful woman in the world, and the most beautiful woman in the world was Helen, and she was married, and the goddess of love did not consider that an obstacle. Under Aphrodite's influence, Helen and Paris fell for each other, and whether Helen went willingly, swept up by the goddess-given passion, or was effectively taken, the Greeks argued about forever, and never settled, and I'll leave it as open as they did. Either way, while a guest under Menelaus's roof, enjoying his hospitality, Paris left in the night and took Helen with him, carrying her across the sea to Troy. He violated the sacred bond between host and guest, one of the most serious offences in the Greek moral world, and he stole the wife of a king, and he sailed home to Troy with her, expecting perhaps that this would simply be the end of it. It was very much not the end of it. Menelaus, his wife taken and his hospitality betrayed, called upon the oath, that oath every king and prince of Greece had sworn, to unite and recover Helen if anyone ever took her. And the oath held. From every corner of Greece the kings answered the call, honour bound to assemble and sail against Troy to bring Helen back. Menelaus's powerful brother Agamemnon, the most powerful king in Greece, took command of the whole enterprise, and so an entire civilization mobilized for war over a single marriage broken by a single apple given to a single goddess by a single shepherd. The Greeks were perfectly aware of how absurd that chain was, and they told it that way on purpose, the largest war they could imagine, traced back through link after link to a wedding gift from the goddess of discord. Strife rolled one golden apple into a room and walked away and let it become a war. Not everyone wanted to go. Two of the greatest figures who'd end up at Troy tried at first to avoid it entirely, and their attempts to dodge the war are worth telling, because they show you the two men who'll dominate the whole story. One was Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, who had a wife he loved and a newborn son and no desire to leave them for someone else's marital disaster. When the recruiters came for him, Odysseus pretended to have lost his reason, and made a great show of it, yoking mismatched animals to his plough, and sowing his fields with salt instead of seed, behaving like a man whose mind had come undone, hoping he'd be excused from service as unfit. But the recruiters were no fools, and one of them tested the act by snatching up Odysseus's infant son and placing the baby on the ground directly in the path of the plough. And Odysseus, faced with driving his plough over his own child, swerved to spare him, revealing in that instant that his mind was perfectly sound, that the madness was a performance, and that he was caught. He'd given himself away by the one thing he couldn't fake his way past: his love for his son. So Odysseus went to war, against his will, the cleverest man in Greece, outwitted by a recruiter who understood that no act survives contact with your actual child. The other reluctant recruit is the one the whole war turns on, and his story is stranger and sadder. Because his mother was the very goddess whose wedding started all this, Thetis married off to a mortal, and the son of that marriage was a child a prophecy hung over before he was born. His name was Achilles, and he was the greatest warrior of his age, and his mother knew something about him that made her desperate to keep him from this war. She knew he was fated either to live a long, quiet, unremarkable life and be forgotten, or to go to Troy and win undying glory and be remembered forever, but die young in the doing of it. A long life and obscurity, or a short life and eternal fame. His mother wanted the long life. Achilles, when the time came, would have to choose between them himself, and the choice he makes, and the rage that consumes him once he's there, is the true beginning of the greatest story the Greeks ever told. But that choice belongs to the war itself, and the 1,000 ships have not yet sailed. 1,000 ships gathered at a harbour, and then sat there, going nowhere, because the wind would not blow, and the price of getting that wind turned out to be the first and worst of all the war's sorrows, before a single Greek had even reached Troy. The fleet assembled at a place called Aulis, the greatest force Greece had ever put to sea, every king and his warriors and their ships drawn up and ready to sail for Troy. And then the winds died. Day after day the sea lay flat, and the sails hung slack, and the great army could not move, held in port by a dead calm that would not lift. And this was no accident of weather. The goddess Artemis had been offended, in most tellings by the commander Agamemnon himself, who had boasted or trespassed against her in some way, and she was holding the winds hostage in her anger. A seer told Agamemnon the terrible price of release. To win back the wind and let the fleet sail, he would have to offer up his own daughter, the young Iphigenia, as a sacrifice to the goddess. His own child, in exchange for a favourable wind to go fight a war over his brother's marriage. I'll keep this soft, as we've kept everything. Agamemnon was caught between his role as commander of all Greece with 1,000 ships and an entire war waiting on him, and his role as a father, and the Greeks understood this as one of the most agonizing, impossible choices in all their stories. He sent for his daughter under a false pretext, telling her family she was to be married to the great Achilles, a happy summons, and when she arrived expecting a wedding, the truth was something else entirely. The details the storytellers handled various ways, some saying Artemis relented at the last moment and spirited the girl away to safety, replacing her with a deer, others letting the sacrifice stand in all its horror. But the essential thing is that Agamemnon chose the war. He paid the price the goddess demanded, his daughter's life weighed against the wind returned, and the fleet finally sailed. He bought passage to Troy with his own child, and his wife back home, Iphigenia's mother, would never forgive him for it, and her unforgiveness nursed across the 10 long years he was away, is going to be waiting for him when he finally comes home, a different kind of ending altogether. The war began, you might say, with a father undoing his own household to wage it. So the Greeks came at last to Troy, and found a city they could not take. Troy was a great walled city near the coast, mighty and well defended, its walls so strong and high that they were said to have been built partly by the gods themselves, and behind those walls the Trojans could hold out against any assault. The Greeks landed their army and laid siege, and the siege did not end quickly. It did not end in a year, or 2, or 5. For 10 years the Greeks camped on the plain before Troy, unable to breach the walls, while the Trojans inside could not drive the Greeks back into the sea, a grinding, exhausting stalemate. An entire decade of two great forces locked against each other on a windy coastal plain, fighting and dying and burying their losses and waking to do it again. Neither side able to win, and neither willing to leave. A whole generation of young men grew old, or were lost there. The war became less an event than a way of life. Two armies that had been fighting so long that the original cause, one stolen queen, had receded into something almost abstract behind 10 years of accumulated grief on both sides. The famous story the Greeks told, the one a blind poet shaped into the foundation of all Western literature, does not cover the whole 10 years. It zooms in, remarkably, on just a few weeks near the very end of that final 10th year, and it begins not with a battle but with a quarrel between two Greeks on their own side. Because by the 10th year the Greek camp was a tense, miserable, disease-ridden place, and the two most powerful men in it had come to hate each other. One was Agamemnon, the supreme commander, proud and grasping. The other was Achilles, the greatest warrior in the army, the one whose mother had warned him of his fated choice, and Achilles had come anyway, choosing glory and a short life, and he had become the deadliest fighter on the field, the man the Trojans feared above all others. The two of them fell into a bitter dispute over the spoils of war, over honour and respect, and who had the right to what. And Agamemnon, pulling rank, took from Achilles a war prize that had been awarded to him, humiliating him before the whole army. And Achilles, enraged, and the very first word of the great poem, the Iliad, is rage, the rage of Achilles, that's what the whole epic announces itself to be about, withdrew. He was too proud and too wounded to keep fighting for a commander who had dishonoured him, so he simply stopped. He pulled himself and his men out of the war entirely, retreated to his ships, and refused to fight at all, nursing his anger while the war went on without him. And he did something more. He had his mother, the sea goddess Thetis, go to Zeus and beg him to turn the tide of battle against the Greeks, against Achilles' own side, so that they would suffer without him, so that they would learn exactly how badly they needed the warrior they'd insulted, so that Agamemnon would be forced to come crawling back and admit his wrong. Achilles wanted his own army to lose, and to lose badly until they begged. It is a stunning thing for the hero of the story to want, and the Greeks built their greatest epic on it, not on a noble warrior's courage, but on a proud man's wounded fury, and all the ruin it brings down on the people around him, including, before the end, on the person he loves most in the world. Zeus granted Thetis' plea, and the war turned against the Greeks. Without Achilles on the field, the Trojans pushed forward, led by their own greatest warrior, and here we should meet him, because he is, to many readers, the most admirable figure in the entire story, on either side. His name was Hector, the eldest prince of Troy, Paris's older brother, and he was everything his brother Paris was not: brave, honourable, dutiful, the great defender of his city, fighting not over a stolen woman or for personal glory, but simply to protect his home, his parents, his wife, and his infant son. There is a scene the poet gives Hector that is one of the most tender in all of ancient literature. Hector coming back from the fighting to see his wife Andromache and their baby, and the baby crying in fear at the sight of his father's gleaming helmet and its horsehair crest, not recognizing him under all the bronze, and Hector laughing and taking off the frightening helmet and setting it on the ground, and lifting his son in his bare head and praying over him, while his wife begs him not to go back out to a fight she fears he won't survive. He goes anyway, because the city needs him. Hector knows in that scene, with a kind of clear-eyed sorrow, that Troy will likely come undone in the end, and that he won't be there to protect his wife and child when it does, and he goes back out to the wall regardless, to do his duty as long as he can. The Greeks gave their enemy's champion more dignity and heart than almost anyone on their own side, which tells you something about how they understood this war. Not a tale of good against evil, but of brave people on both sides ground up by a conflict that pride in the gods kept feeding. With Achilles sulking by his ships and Hector surging forward, the Greeks were driven back toward the sea, pressed harder and harder, until the Trojans had pushed all the way to the Greek ships themselves and began trying to set them afire, which would strand the entire Greek army on a hostile shore with no way home, a catastrophe that would end the war in Troy's favour. The Greeks were on the very edge of total defeat, and it was all precisely what Achilles had asked for. He'd wanted them to suffer until they begged, and now they were suffering, the ships burning, the army breaking. And watching this from beside Achilles was the one person who could not bear it, Achilles' dearest companion, a gentle man named Patroclus, who had come to the war at Achilles' side and who loved him beyond anyone, and who could not stand to watch their friends and countrymen falling while the two of them sat idle over a matter of wounded pride. Patroclus was about to make a choice that would break the stalemate, and break Achilles, and turn the whole war on its hinge, because he was going to ask Achilles for one thing, and that one thing was going to cost more than either of them could have imagined. Patroclus came to Achilles with tears running down his face, and Achilles, seeing his gentle friend weeping, teased him at first, asking why he was crying like a little girl running after her mother, tugging at her skirts to be picked up. It's a small, almost playful moment, and it's the last lightness the two of them will ever share. Patroclus had come to beg. The Greeks were breaking, the ships were burning, men they had known for 10 years were falling all around the camp, and Patroclus could not understand how Achilles could sit there nursing his grievance while their friends were lost. "If you will not fight," Patroclus pleaded, "then at least let me. Lend me your armour, your famous, unmistakable armour, and let me lead your men out, so that the Trojans will think Achilles himself has returned to the field, and lose heart and be driven back from the ships. Just long enough to save the army, just long enough to push them back from the fire." And Achilles, who would not yield his pride enough to fight himself, agreed to this. He gave Patroclus his own armour and his own soldiers, and he sent his dearest friend out wearing his identity into a battle he himself refused to join. With one warning, one single instruction: drive the Trojans back from the ships, save the camp, and then come straight back. Do not pursue them toward the city. Do not press your luck. Push them off and return. It is the same warning we've heard again and again tonight. Keep the middle course. Don't fly too high, come straight back, and you already know, because you've been listening all night, exactly how well that kind of warning gets heeded. Patroclus, wearing the armour of Achilles, led the charge, and it worked. The Trojans saw that terrible armour coming, and believed the greatest warrior in the world had returned to the fight, and their courage faltered. And Patroclus drove them back from the ships and away from the camp, putting out the fires, saving the Greek fleet exactly as he'd promised. He should have stopped there. That was the whole plan, and it had succeeded. But Patroclus, swept up in the fury and triumph of the fight, the gentle man transformed by the rush of battle, did not stop. He chased the fleeing Trojans across the plain toward the walls of Troy itself, pressing his luck, doing the one thing Achilles had told him not to do. And there at the wall, his moment of glory ran out. The god Apollo, who favoured Troy, struck him from behind in the chaos, dazing him and loosening the armour from his body, leaving him exposed and stunned. And in that opened instant, Hector, the great prince of Troy, came forward and ended Patroclus's life there beneath the walls, and stripped the famous armour of Achilles from his body as a prize, and the gentle friend was gone. When the news reached Achilles, the proud rage that had driven the whole story collapsed in an instant into something far worse. The grief that took him was so total, so violent, that it frightened even his goddess mother. He poured dust over his head and lay in the dirt and made a sound, the poet says, so terrible that Thetis heard it from the depths of the sea and came rushing to him. Everything he had been holding on to, the grievance with Agamemnon, the wounded honour, the whole reason he'd withdrawn, burned away to nothing in the face of this, and was replaced by a single overwhelming purpose, to return to the war, not for Greece, not for Helen, not for honour, but for one reason only: to find Hector. The pride that no plea from his own commander could move, the anger that had let him watch his whole army nearly burn, dissolved the moment grief replaced it. And the Greeks understood something profound in that the thing which finally moved Achilles back into the fight was not duty or glory, but love, and the loss of it. His mother begged him not to go, because she knew the prophecy attached to this choice, that Achilles was fated to fall at Troy soon after Hector did, that the two of them were bound together in fate, and that the moment Achilles took his revenge, his own ending would follow close behind. To go after Hector was to choose, knowingly, the short bright life and the early ending, and Achilles chose it without hesitation, because he could not live with having let Patroclus go out in his place and not avenged him. He chose the path that led to his own undoing, with open eyes, for the sake of the friend he'd lost, the clearest version, in all the myths, of someone choosing glory and a short life over length and obscurity, and choosing it not for fame at all in the end, but for grief. Thetis went to the smith god Hephaestus, and had him forge new armour for her son, since Hector had taken the old, and Hephaestus made a shield so wondrous that the poet spends a long, beautiful passage simply describing the whole world depicted upon it: cities at peace and cities at war, weddings and harvests and dancing and the wide ocean running around the rim, the entire span of ordinary human life worked into the metal that Achilles would carry into a fight about ending lives. There is something almost unbearably sad in that, the picture of all of peaceful human existence, the weddings and the harvests, embossed on the shield of a man going out to multiply grief. Armoured in this divine work, Achilles returned to the field at last, and the fighting that followed was terrible, the greatest warrior in the world moving through the battle like a force of nature, scattering the Trojans before him, driving them all back behind their walls in a panic. All of them but one. Hector waited, outside the walls of his own city, against the pleading of his father and mother who watched from above and begged him to come inside to safety. Hector stayed to face Achilles, out of duty, out of honour, out of the knowledge that it was his refusal to retreat that had brought the war to this point, and perhaps simply because someone had to stand. But when Achilles finally came for him, terrible and shining and unstoppable, even Hector's courage broke, and he ran, and the two greatest warriors of the war ran a full circuit around the walls of Troy. Achilles chasing Hector around his own city 3 times, while both armies and all the watching gods looked on. At last Hector stopped, deceived by a god into thinking help had come, and turned to face Achilles, and understood in that moment that he had been abandoned by the gods, and that his end had come. And he asked Achilles for only one thing, that whichever of them won, the victor would treat the other's remains with honour, would return them to his family for proper rites, rather than dishonouring them. A reasonable, decent request, the kind of mercy enemies sometimes still extended each other. And Achilles, consumed by his grief and rage, refused it. There would be no agreement, he said. And he met Hector in the duel, and the Prince of Troy fell, and the great defender of the city was gone. What Achilles did next is the part the Greeks themselves found troubling, and meant to. He was not satisfied with having won. In his grief-maddened fury he dishonoured Hector's remains, bound them to his chariot, and dragged them in the dust around the walls of Troy, in front of Hector's watching family, and did this not once, but day after day, refusing the proper rites, letting his rage spill over every boundary of decency. It was a step too far, and everyone in the story knew it, even the gods, who grew angry watching it. This was no longer justice or even revenge. It was a great man undone by grief into cruelty, unable to stop, trying to fill a hole that taking Hector's life had not filled. Because revenge never does fill it, which is the hard thing Achilles was learning in the worst possible way. Patroclus was still gone. Hector being gone too changed nothing about that. And so Achilles dragged the remains around the walls again and again, accomplishing nothing, exactly like a man rolling a boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll back down. What finally reached him, what finally brought him back from that terrible place, came in the dead of night, when an old man crept alone and unarmed into the very heart of the Greek camp, into the tent of the man who had ended his son, and that old man was Priam, the aged king of Troy, Hector's father. The most powerful and quietly devastating scene in the whole epic is about to unfold in that tent, a grieving father kneeling before the warrior who took his son, to beg for the return of his child's remains. And what passes between those two men in the dark is the thing the entire long war of rage finally comes to rest on. An old man knelt in the tent of the man who had taken his son, and did the thing the poet says no one had ever done before. He raised to his lips the hands that had undone his child, and kissed them. Priam, the aged king of Troy, had come through the night alone and unarmed into the Greek camp, guided secretly by the god Hermes, past all the guards and the watchfires, into the very tent of Achilles. He had left behind his palace and his crown and every shred of a king's dignity to come as nothing but a grieving father, to beg for the return of Hector's remains so that his son could receive proper rites. And he knelt before Achilles and reached out and took the warrior's hands, those terrible hands, and kissed them, and asked Achilles to think of his own father, far away, an old man who also waited for a son he would never see grow old. "Remember your father," Priam said. "I have done what no one on earth has done. I have kissed the hands of the man who took my son." And something broke open in Achilles, finally, not into more rage, but into grief shared. The two of them, the old king and the young warrior, the father who had lost his son, and the man who had lost his dearest friend and knew he would soon lose his own life, sat together in that tent and wept, each for his own losses, the enemy's grief and his own grief turning out to be the same grief. It is the still centre of the whole violent epic, the moment everything has been building toward, two enemies recognizing each other as people who have lost what they loved, and weeping together over it. Achilles, who had refused every plea, who had dragged Hector's remains in the dust day after day, was reached at last not by force or honour, but by an old man's sorrow that mirrored his own. He took Priam's hand and raised him up, and agreed to return Hector's remains, and even granted a pause in the fighting long enough for Troy to mourn its prince properly. And the great poem of rage ends, remarkably, not with a battle or a victory, but with a funeral. The rites of Hector, tamer of horses, the Trojans burying their defender in sorrow, and a brief, fragile peace settling over the grieving city. That's where the Iliad closes. Not with the war won or lost, but with two sides pausing to grieve, and a hard-won moment of mercy between two men who had every reason to hate each other, and found, instead, that they understood each other completely. The poem ends there, but the war did not, and the most famous parts of the whole Trojan story actually happen after the Iliad falls silent. The poem never shows you the fall of Troy. It never shows you the wooden horse. It ends with Hector's funeral, and everything you probably picture when you think of Troy comes in the tales that other poets told to continue the story. So let me carry it forward, out past the edge of the great poem, into the ending the Greeks knew was coming. Achilles did not long outlive Hector, exactly as the prophecy had promised. The greatest warrior of the war, who had chosen this short and shining path knowingly, met his own end not in some grand duel but through a single arrow, and here we finally arrive at the famous detail, the one piece of this whole vast story that has lodged itself into everyday language. When Achilles was an infant, his mother Thetis, knowing his mortal fate, had tried to make him invulnerable. She had dipped him as a baby into the waters of the river Styx, the river of the underworld, whose touch would render his body proof against any weapon. But to dip him, she had to hold him, and she held him by the heel, by one small ankle, and that heel, where her fingers gripped, never touched the protecting water. His whole body was invulnerable except for that one spot, the heel his mother had held him by. And in the fighting near the walls of Troy, an arrow, loosed, the stories say, by Paris himself, the shepherd prince whose choice had started all of this, guided by the god Apollo, found that one unprotected heel, the single vulnerable point on the greatest warrior in the world, and the arrow found it, and Achilles fell. That's where we get the phrase, of course. An Achilles' heel, the one fatal weakness in something otherwise unbeatable, named for a hero brought down through the one spot his mother's hand had covered. Even with Achilles gone, the Greeks could not take Troy by force. The walls still held, as they had for 10 years, and the war might have ground on forever, until the cleverest man in the army finally solved with cunning what a decade of fighting could not solve with strength. Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, the man who had tried to dodge the war by feigning madness and been caught out by his love for his son, devised the trick that everyone remembers. The Greeks would build an enormous horse out of wood, a great hollow figure, big enough to hide a band of their best warriors inside, and leave it standing on the plain before Troy as an offering. And then the entire Greek army would pretend to give up. They would burn their camp, board their ships, and sail away over the horizon, appearing to abandon the siege at last and go home defeated, leaving only the mysterious wooden horse behind. The Trojans woke to find the plain empty. The ships gone, the camp abandoned, 10 years of siege apparently simply over, and this enormous, strange, beautiful wooden horse standing alone outside their walls. The Greeks had left behind one man, who let himself be captured and spun a convincing tale, that the horse was a sacred offering to the goddess Athena, built deliberately too large to be brought through the city gates, and that if the Trojans took it into their city, it would bring them divine favour and protection. Some of the Trojans were suspicious. A priest named Laukon warned them not to trust it, famously declaring that he feared the Greeks even when they came bearing gifts. and that warning, too, has come down through all the centuries since. The original beware of Greeks bearing gifts. But Laocoon was undone by a horror from the sea before he could be heeded. Serpents rising from the water to take him and his sons, which the Trojans read, wrongly, as a sign that he'd been punished for speaking against the sacred horse. And so the Trojans, after 10 years of siege, celebrating what they believed was their deliverance, tore down part of their own wall to bring the great horse inside, and hauled it into the heart of their city, and spent the night in joyful celebration, drinking and rejoicing that the long war was finally over. It was, of course, the worst decision in the history of decisions, and you already know why. Inside the horse, in the dark, the Greek warriors waited. The whole departure had been a performance. The ships had only sailed out of sight to a nearby island and waited for nightfall. And when the exhausted, celebrating city finally fell into sleep, the warriors climbed down out of the horse, opened the gates from the inside, and signalled the fleet, which had quietly returned under cover of darkness. The Greek army poured back into the city through its own opened gates, into a Troy that was sleeping, undefended, its guard utterly down after a night of celebration. And the city that had held for 10 years that no army could take by force, fell in a single night because its own people had wheeled the enemy in through the walls with their own hands. I'll keep the fall itself soft, as we've kept everything, but it was total. The great city of Troy, after 10 years, came to its end in the dark, taken not by strength, but by a trick and a single night's misplaced joy. Priam, the old king who had knelt so movingly in Achilles' tent, did not survive the fall of his city. Hector's infant son did not. The women of Troy, Hector's widow Andromache among them, were taken as captives to Greece. A great civilization, in the Greek telling, simply ended, in one night, around a wooden horse. And here's the thread that ties the ending back to the beginning, the way the Greeks loved. Helen, the woman the whole war was fought over, the most beautiful woman in the world, whose face, a much later poet would write, launched the 1,000 ships, Helen was simply taken back. Menelaus found his wife in the falling city, the wife who had been gone for 10 years, over whom an entire generation of young men on both sides had been lost. And the stories say that he meant to deal harshly with her for all the ruin, and then he saw her, still the most beautiful woman in the world, and could not, and simply took her home to Sparta. After everything, the apple, the oath, the becalmed fleet, the price at Aulis, 10 years of siege, the rage of Achilles, the loss of Patroclus and Hector, the wooden horse, the fall of a great city. Countless lives on both sides. After all of it, the cause of the war went home with her husband, more or less as if she had never left. The Greeks were perfectly aware of how bitter that was. All that grief, and the woman at the centre of it, simply sailed back to the life she'd had before, while 2 armies' worth of young men remained on the plain of Troy forever. But winning a war and getting home from it are 2 very different things, and the gods had been offended by the brutality of Troy's fall, by sacrileges committed in the city's last night, and they were in no mood to grant the victorious Greeks an easy voyage home. Many of them never made it back at all, lost on the sea or undone on their own thresholds when they arrived. Agamemnon, the great commander, sailed home to that wife who had never forgiven him for their daughter at Aulis, and walked into a homecoming worse than anything the war had held. And one man, the cleverest of them all, the very man whose horse had won the war, Odysseus, king of Ithaca, who wanted nothing more than to go home to the wife and the son he'd tried to stay with in the first place, was about to begin a journey home so long, so strange, and so beset by monsters and gods and his own restless cleverness that it would take him another 10 full years. and become the second great story the Greeks ever told. The war was over. The long way home was just beginning. 10 years to win the war, and 10 more to make it the few hundred miles home. And the man who took the long way had no one to blame for the length of it, but the sea, the gods, and his own inability to keep his mouth shut at the worst possible moments. Odysseus wanted only to get back to Ithaca, his rocky little kingdom, and to Penelope his wife and the son he'd left as an infant. But the journey home turned into a decade of wandering across a sea full of wonders and horrors, and the Greeks made his story into their second great epic, the Odyssey, a different kind of tale entirely from the Iliad. Where the Iliad was rage and grief and the clash of armies on a plain, the Odyssey is curiosity and cunning and survival, one clever man trying to find his way home through a world of monsters by his wits, losing everything along the way but his determination to see his own house again. He's a different sort of hero than the ones we've met, not the strongest or the bravest, but the most resourceful, the one who survives by thinking, who talks his way out of more trouble than he fights his way out of, and who sometimes, fatally, can't resist being too clever for his own good. His troubles began almost at once, and several of his early misadventures show you the pattern of him. He and his men came to the land of the Lotus Eaters, a gentle people who ate the fruit of a particular plant, and any of his crew who tasted that fruit lost all desire to go home, falling into a contented, dreamy forgetting, wanting only to stay and eat the lotus forever, and let the memory of Ithaca and family and the journey simply dissolve. Odysseus had to drag those men back to the ships by force, weeping as they went, and bind them under the rowing benches and sail away before the rest could taste it. It's a quietly frightening little episode, not a monster at all, just the temptation to forget, to give up the hard journey home for an easy contentment that erases who you are. The first thing that nearly ended his voyage wasn't a danger, but a comfort. The danger came next, and it cost him dearly, and it was entirely his own fault in the end. Odysseus and a small party went exploring and ended up trapped in the cave of a Cyclops, one of those one-eyed giants, this one a savage herdsman named Polyphemus, a son of Poseidon, god of the sea. The Cyclops rolled an enormous stone across the cave mouth, trapping them inside, and began to make a meal of the crew, 2 at a time, and the stone was far too heavy for the men to move themselves, so they couldn't simply slay the giant in his sleep. They'd be sealed in the cave forever with no way out. Odysseus had to think. And what he thought of is one of the most famous tricks in all of storytelling. First, he told the Cyclops his name was Nobody, gave a false name, Nobody, and made sure the giant heard it clearly. Then he got the Cyclops drunk on strong wine, and when the giant fell into a heavy sleep, Odysseus and his men took a great sharpened stake and put out the creature's single eye, blinding him. The Cyclops woke roaring in pain, and his fellow Cyclopes came running to the cave from all around, calling through the stone to ask what was wrong, who is hurting you. And the blinded giant bellowed back the honest truth, nobody is hurting me. Nobody is undoing me. And his neighbours, hearing that nobody was hurting him, simply shrugged and went away, telling him to stop making such a racket over nothing. The false name had done its work. Then, to get past the blinded giant guarding the cave mouth, Odysseus tied his men beneath the bellies of the Cyclops' great rams, so that when the giant let his flock out to pasture in the morning, and felt across each animal's back to make sure no men were riding out, he felt only sheep, and the men escaped clinging underneath. It was a brilliant escape, and Odysseus could not leave well enough alone, and that is the hinge of his entire 10-year delay. As his ship pulled away from the island, safe, free, having lost some men but having survived the unsurvivable, Odysseus could not resist gloating. He called back across the water to taunt the blinded giant, and worse, in his pride, he gave up the trick that had saved him. He shouted his real name. He wanted the credit. He wanted the Cyclops to know that it was not nobody but Odysseus, king of Ithaca, who had bested him. And the Cyclops, now knowing the true name of the man who had blinded him, called out to his father, to Poseidon, Lord of the sea, the very god whose domain Odysseus had to cross to get home, and prayed for vengeance, that Odysseus might never reach home, or if he did, might reach it late and broken and alone, having lost all his companions, arriving to find trouble in his own house. And Poseidon heard his son, and granted it. Every storm, every delay, every disaster of the next 10 years flows from that one moment of pride. The cleverest man in the world undone by his need to be known as clever, handing his name to the one enemy who could curse his whole journey with it. He could have sailed home in nobody's silence. He chose, instead, to be Odysseus, and paid for the name across 10 years of sea. The wandering that followed is a string of strange encounters, each its own small world. They came to the island of Aeolus, keeper of the winds, who did Odysseus a great kindness, bottling up all the contrary winds in a bag and giving them to him, so that only the gentle wind that would blow him straight home was left free. For 9 days they sailed with home in sight at last, Ithaca actually visible on the horizon, and then, while Odysseus slept, his crew, suspicious that the mysterious bag held treasure their captain was hiding from them, opened it. Out rushed all the trapped storm winds at once, and the gale seized the ships and blew them all the way back across the sea, away from the home they could nearly touch. So close, undone by a crew's suspicion and a captain who hadn't explained the bag. They came to a sorceress named Circe, who lived on an island and turned the men of Odysseus's landing party into swine with a touch of her wand and a cup of enchanted drink, actual pigs. Penned in her yard, their minds still their own inside the animal shape, which is the horror of it. Odysseus, protected by a herb the god Hermes gave him, resisted her magic and won back his men, and then stayed on her island for a full year, in no great hurry, before his crew finally reminded him that they were supposed to be going home. Circe, before they left, told him the hard truth about his route. To find his way home, he would first have to do something no living man should. He would have to sail to the very edge of the world and go down, alive, to the land of the departed, to consult the shade of a blind prophet who alone could tell him the way back. So Odysseus, like the heroes before him, went down to the country of the dead, and what he found there is some of the most haunting material in all the epic. He spoke with the shades of the departed, who clustered around him, and among them he met people we have spent this whole night with. He saw the great figures of the war. He met the shade of Agamemnon, who told him the bitter story of his own homecoming, undone on his own threshold by the wife who never forgave him. And he met the shade of Achilles himself, the greatest warrior, now a grey shadow among the other shades, and Odysseus tried to comfort him, saying surely Achilles ruled gloriously among the dead, honoured even here as he had been in life. And Achilles answered with the most quietly devastating lines in all of Greek literature, "Do not try to comfort me about being no longer living. I would rather be a poor servant labouring in the fields for a landless man, the lowest hired hand alive under the sun, than be king over all the dead, the greatest hero of them all, who had chosen the short, bright, glorious life over the long, quiet one," telling Odysseus from the other side that he had it exactly wrong, that any kind of living, however humble, was worth more than all the glory of the grey country. After a whole night of heroes choosing fame over length, here is the most famous of them, on the far side of the choice, saying he'd give every scrap of his glory just to be a living nobody breathing the upper air. The Greeks put that speech at the heart of their poem about a man desperate to get home, and it tells you what they thought home and life were actually worth. Odysseus climbed back up out of the dark with the prophet's directions and the weight of all he'd seen, and the hardest stretch of the journey was still ahead, the famous monsters and temptations of the sea. The singing voices that lure sailors to their end, and the narrow strait with the horror on either side, where he would have to make an impossible choice about how many of his men he was willing to lose. The way home was opening before him at last, and it ran directly between things designed to make sure he never arrived. Some dangers you fight, and some you simply have to survive by being tied down and refusing to listen to yourself, and the next stretch of Odysseus's voyage was mostly the second kind. Circe had warned him about the sirens before he left her island. They were creatures who sat on the rocks of a certain shore and sang, and their song was the most beautiful sound in the world, irresistible, promising knowledge and delight to any sailor who heard it. The trouble was that every sailor who turned his ship toward that beautiful sound steered straight onto the rocks and was lost, and the shore of the sirens was, the story says, heaped with the remains of all the men who had sailed toward the singing. Odysseus, being who he was, did not want to simply pass by safely. He wanted to hear the song, to be the one man who heard the sirens and lived. So he devised a way to have it both ways. He had his crew stop their own ears with wax, so they could hear nothing at all and would row on undistracted. But his own ears he left open, and he had his men bind him tightly to the mast of the ship, with strict orders that no matter how he begged, no matter how he pleaded or commanded or struggled, they were not to release him until they were safely past. And so they rowed, deaf to everything, while Odysseus heard the full beauty of the siren's song and, exactly as predicted, lost his reason to it, straining against the ropes, shouting at his men to turn the ship, to set him free, frantic to go to the voices. And his men, hearing nothing, only saw their captain's face contorted with longing and his commands to be freed, and they followed his earlier orders and bound him tighter, and rowed on until the singing faded behind them and Odysseus came back to himself. He heard the song no man survives, and survived it because he'd arranged in advance to not be trusted with his own freedom. There's a whole philosophy of life in that, really, the wisdom of binding yourself against the temptations you know you won't be strong enough to resist in the moment. Then came the strait, and the cruelest choice of the voyage. Odysseus had to sail his ship through a narrow channel of water with a monster on each side, close enough together that he could not avoid both. On one side was Scylla, a creature of many heads up on a high cliff, who would reach down as ships passed and snatch sailors from the deck, a fixed and certain toll. On the other side was Charybdis, a vast whirlpool that 3 times a day sucked down the whole sea and everything on it, and any ship caught in it would be lost entirely, every soul aboard. So the choice was stark: pass close to Charybdis and risk losing the entire ship and everyone on it, or pass close to Scylla and lose, for certain, a few men snatched from the deck, but save the ship and the rest. Circe had advised him grimly that it was better to lose a few than all, better to grieve for some of his men than to weep for his whole crew. And so Odysseus made the captain's terrible choice. He steered close to Scylla, knowing exactly what it would cost, and as they passed, the many-headed thing reached down and took several of his men off the deck, lifting them up, and the worst part, the part Odysseus said was the most pitiful thing he saw in all his wanderings, was that they called out to him by name as they were taken, reaching for him, and there was nothing he could do but keep rowing and save the others. A leader choosing, with open eyes, to sacrifice a few of the people in his care because the alternative was losing them all. The Greeks gave us a phrase for that kind of impossible position too, to be caught between Scylla and Charybdis, forced to choose between two terrible outcomes with no safe way through. His crew's luck finally ran out completely on the island of the sun. They came, weary and hungry, to an island where the cattle of the sun god grazed, sacred cattle, which they had been warned, absolutely and repeatedly, never to touch, by the prophet in the underworld and by Circe both. Leave the cattle alone, and you may still get home. Harm them, and you will not. Odysseus knew this and made his men swear to leave the animals be. But the winds trapped them on the island, day after day, until their own provisions ran out, and they began to starve. And one day, while Odysseus was away praying, his desperate, hungry men gave in and took some of the sacred cattle to eat. They knew it was forbidden. They did it anyway, because they were starving, and home felt impossible, and a man who is starving will reach for the forbidden thing in front of him. And the price was exactly as promised. When they finally sailed on, the sun god demanded justice, and a storm rose up and shattered the ship, and every last one of Odysseus's remaining companions was lost in the sea. All of them, the entire crew that had survived Troy and the Cyclops and the Sirens and Scylla, gone in a single storm because of the cattle. Only Odysseus himself survived, because only he had not eaten the forbidden meat. He clung to a piece of the broken ship and was carried alone across the water, the last man left of everyone who had set out with him, having lost, exactly as the Cyclops' curse had demanded, every single one of his companions. Alone now, having lost his ship and all his men, Odysseus washed up on the island of a goddess named Calypso, and here the journey simply stopped for a long time. Calypso took him in, and fell for him, and wanted to keep him, and she kept him on her island for 7 years. 7 years. She offered him, the stories say, immortality itself, and eternal youth, if he would stay with her forever and forget Ithaca, and be her companion for all time. The most generous offer anyone makes in the whole epic: never grow old, never pass on, live forever in ease on a beautiful island with a goddess who loves you. And Odysseus said no. Every day, the poem says, he went down to the shore and sat looking out over the water toward home, weeping, longing for Ithaca and for Penelope, for his real wife, a mortal woman who would age and someday pass on, and for his rocky little kingdom, and for his ordinary mortal life. He turned down immortality to go home. He chose an aging mortal wife and a hard journey, and a small rocky island over eternal youth with a goddess, because the one was his, and the other was not. It's the same truth Achilles spoke from among the dead, lived out from the other direction, that a real mortal life, your own life, with the people who are actually yours, is worth more than anything the gods can offer, even forever. Eventually the gods took pity and ordered Calypso to release him, and she helped him build a raft and sent him on his way at last, back out onto the sea toward the home he'd chosen over eternity. He had one more shipwreck in him before the end. One more storm sent by Poseidon that smashed his raft, and left him swimming for his life, washing up at last, naked and exhausted and with nothing, on the shore of a friendly people called the Phaeacians, master sailors who took the broken stranger in, fed him, clothed him, and listened to the whole astonishing tale of his wanderings, which is, cleverly, how the poem has Odysseus tell most of his own story, as a guest recounting it to his hosts. And the Phaeacians, moved by his tale and his longing, finally did for him the one thing he had been unable to do for himself for 10 years. They gave him a ship and a crew, and carried him home. They sailed him, asleep, across the last stretch of water to Ithaca, and laid him gently on his own shore with gifts, and left him there. After 20 years away, 10 at war and 10 lost on the sea, Odysseus was finally home, asleep on the beach of his own kingdom. But getting to Ithaca turned out to be only half the problem, because the home he'd longed for all those years was not the peaceful house he'd left. His palace had filled, in his long absence, with men who believed him gone for good, and they were eating him out of house and home, and pressing his faithful wife to choose a new husband from among them. Odysseus was home at last, and he was going to have to fight to take back his own house. 20 years is a long time to keep a house, and Penelope had been keeping Odysseus against a hall full of men who were quite sure he was never coming back. The situation Odysseus woke to on his own shore was this: his palace had been overrun, in his long absence, by suitors. More than 100 of them, young men from Ithaca and the surrounding islands who, believing the king lost at sea for good, had moved into his house to compete for the hand of his wife, and, with it, his kingdom. And they were not polite about it. They lived in his halls, day after day, feasting on his livestock, drinking his wine, wasting his wealth, treating his home as their own, while they pressured Penelope to give up waiting and marry one of them. They were arrogant and entitled and confident, certain the king was gone and the kingdom was theirs for the taking, and they had been at it for years. Penelope held them off, but her position grew weaker all the time, and her son Telemachus, the infant Odysseus had left behind, now grown to a young man, was not yet strong enough to drive them out, and could only watch them devour his inheritance. Penelope held them off with cleverness worthy of her husband, and one of her tricks is among the loveliest small stories in the epic. She told the suitors she would choose a new husband from among them as soon as she finished weaving a burial shroud for Odysseus's aged father, a proper, pious task no one could object to. So she set up a great loom and wove at it all day, in plain sight, working diligently on the shroud, and every night in secret she crept back to the loom and unravelled everything she had woven that day. The shroud was never finished, because each night she undid the day's work, and so the deadline never came, and she put the suitors off for 3 full years this way, weaving by day and unweaving by night, an endless task that, unlike the punishments in the underworld, she chose deliberately, the one case in all of mythology where rolling the stone back down the hill every night was the clever move and not the curse. She was found out eventually, betrayed by one of her servants, and forced to finish the shroud at last, which is why matters had come to a head right around the time Odysseus finally washed up on the beach. The faithful wife had run out of weaving. Odysseus, home at last, did not simply stride into his palace and announce himself. That wasn't his way, and it would have gotten him quickly overwhelmed by 100 hostile men. The goddess Athena, who favoured him for his cleverness throughout the whole journey, disguised him as an old beggar, weathered and ragged and unrecognisable, so that he could enter his own house unknown and take the measure of everything before revealing himself. And so the king came home to his own hall in rags, as a beggar, and watched. He saw the suitors lounging in his halls and abusing his servants. He saw which of his household had stayed loyal and which had not. He was mocked and insulted by the suitors, who jeered at the old beggar and even threw things at him, never dreaming they were taunting the master of the house himself, standing among them in disguise, taking note of every face. It's a tense and slow-burning stretch of the story. The rightful king moving unrecognised through his own home, absorbing every insult, biding his time, while the audience knows exactly who he is, and the suitors haven't the faintest idea what's about to happen to them. A few recognised him despite the disguise, and these are some of the most touching moments in all of Greek literature, because they're so small and so human. His old dog knew him first. Argos, the hunting dog Odysseus had raised as a puppy 20 years before, now ancient and neglected, lying forgotten on a heap of dung outside the hall, riddled with age. When the disguised Odysseus passed by, the old dog lifted his head and pricked his ears and knew his master, after 20 years, where no human had. He was too weak to rise, he could only wag his tail and drop his ears in recognition. And Odysseus, who could not break his disguise even for this, had to walk past his own faithful dog, pretending not to know him, brushing away a tear so the suitors wouldn't see. And the old dog Argos, having waited 20 years and lived just long enough to see his master come home, laid his head back down. And his long wait was over, his life slipping away in the very hour of the homecoming he'd held on for. It is one of the most quietly affecting passages in anything the Greeks ever wrote, that of all the household, it was the old dog who knew him, and who held on just long enough, and let go the moment he'd seen him. His old nurse knew him too, recognizing an old scar on his leg while washing the beggar's feet, and Odysseus had to swear her to silence with the recognition half-spoken on her lips. Penelope, meanwhile, and the Greeks debated forever whether some part of her sensed the truth, announced at last a contest to choose her new husband, and the contest she chose was, perhaps not by accident, one that only Odysseus could win. She brought out her husband's great bow, a mighty bow that Odysseus alone had been strong enough to string, and declared that she would marry whichever suitor could string the bow and shoot an arrow cleanly through a row of 12 axe heads, the way Odysseus used to. One by one the arrogant suitors tried, and one by one they failed. Not one of them was even strong enough to bend the great bow far enough to string it, let alone make the shot. They strained and struggled, and could not so much as ready the weapon. And then the ragged old beggar in the corner asked if he might try, to the jeering objections of the suitors, who were insulted that a beggar would presume to attempt what they could not. He was allowed to take the bow, partly as a joke. And the beggar took up the great bow, and strung it as easily as a musician strings a lyre, in one smooth motion, and set an arrow to it, and sent it cleanly through all 12 axe heads in a single shot. And in the stunned silence that followed, the beggar threw off his rags. Odysseus stood revealed in his own hall at last, the great bow in his hands, with the suitors who had spent years devouring his house now trapped in the room with the man they'd all believed was gone forever. What followed? The reckoning with the suitors I'll leave soft, but it was complete. Odysseus, with his son Telemachus and his few loyal servants beside him, took back his house, and the men who had thought the kingdom theirs for the taking discovered, far too late, that the king had come home. And then, finally, after 20 years, the homecoming the whole vast epic had been straining toward. The reunion of Odysseus and Penelope, husband and wife, separated for 2 decades by war and sea and gods. And even here, the Greeks gave Penelope a final touch of her husband's own cleverness, one last test. Because she would not simply throw herself at a man claiming to be Odysseus after 20 years of fending off liars and schemers. She tested him with a secret only the 2 of them could know. She instructed a servant, within Odysseus's hearing, to move their marriage bed out of the bedchamber to make it up for him. And Odysseus, not knowing it was a test, reacted with a flash of distress. Because he knew something about that bed that no one else could. He had built it himself, and built it around a living olive tree still rooted in the ground, carving their bedpost from the trunk so that the bed could never be moved without cutting down the tree. It was their secret, the immovable bed rooted in the earth, known only to the 2 of them and one trusted servant. And when the disguised, no longer Odysseus, blurted out his dismay at the idea of moving the unmovable bed, revealing he knew its secret, Penelope finally knew him. Truly knew him, beyond any trick or doubt, and her last defences came down, and the two of them wept and held each other at last. As a swimmer weeps with relief at finally reaching the shore, the wandering was over. The man who had refused immortality, who had given up a goddess and eternal youth to come home to an aging wife and a rocky island and a bed rooted in an olive tree, was finally, after 20 years home. The Greeks ended their second great epic there. On that reunion, not on glory or conquest, but on a husband and wife grown older finding each other again, in a marriage bed that could not be moved because it was rooted in living wood and in the ground of home itself. That's the great pair of epics then, the rage and grief of the war, and the long cunning struggle home, the two poles of the Greek imagination, the going out to glory and the coming back to life. But there were other great sagas the Greeks told beyond the walls of Troy, older quests and darker family tragedies, and a few of them we haven't touched yet and ought to. Before the night closes, a ship full of heroes chasing a golden fleece across an unknown sea, and a doomed king of Thebes running his whole life from a prophecy straight into its arms. We'll gather those in the quiet that's left. Before there were heroes at Troy, there was a ship, the first great ship, crewed by the first great gathering of heroes, and the young man who built it was chasing a fleece of gold across a sea no one had mapped, all to win back a throne that had been stolen from his family. His name was Jason, and his story begins, like Perseus's, with a stolen kingdom and a wary king. Jason's father had been the rightful king of a place called Iolcus, but the throne had been seized by Jason's uncle, a man named Peleus, who ruled in his place. Jason was sent away as a child for his own safety and raised in secret fittingly by the wise centaur Chiron, the gentle immortal teacher we met long ago, the one Heracles would later wound by accident. And when Jason grew up, he came back to Iolcus to claim the throne that was rightfully his. On the way, crossing a river, he lost one of his sandals helping an old woman across, and the old woman was the goddess Hera in disguise, testing him, and she favoured him for ever after for his kindness. But the lost sandal mattered for another reason. The usurping king Peleus had been warned by an oracle to beware a stranger wearing only one sandal. So when Jason arrived at court with one bare foot, the king knew exactly who he was and what he'd come for, and was afraid. Peleus did not refuse Jason outright. That would have meant open conflict. Instead, he did what these kings always do. He agreed to give up the throne, but only if Jason would first perform an impossible task, expecting it to be the end of him. He sent Jason to fetch the golden fleece, the hide of a magical golden ram, which hung in a sacred grove in a distant land called Colchis, at the far eastern edge of the known world, guarded by a dragon that never slept. It was meant to be a death sentence dressed as a quest, a journey so long and so dangerous that no one expected the young man to return. But Jason took it on, and rather than going alone, he sent out a call across all of Greece for heroes to join him, and they came. The greatest figures of the age assembled to crew his ship, which was named the Argo, and so they were called the Argonauts, the sailors of the Argo. Heracles himself came, between his labours. Orpheus the musician came, whose playing would save them more than once. The keen-eyed and the swift and the strong, a whole roster of heroes gathered onto one ship for the first great sea quest, sailing east into waters no Greek had charted, toward the fleece at the edge of the world. Their voyage was a string of adventures, and I'll give you a few of the strangest. They passed an island of women who had, through a complicated grief, come to live entirely without men, and lingered there rather longer than the quest strictly required. They lost Heracles part way through, when his young companion was taken by water nymphs who fell for the boy's beauty and pulled him down into their spring, and Heracles, searching for him, was left behind when the ship sailed. the strongest hero in the world simply missing the boat, off on his own to his labours. They came to a blind old prophet named Phineus, who was tormented by the Harpies, foul-winged creatures that swooped down and snatched away or spoiled his food every time he tried to eat, so that he was slowly starving in the midst of plenty. 2 of the Argonauts, sons of the north wind and able to fly, drove the Harpies off for good, and the grateful prophet repaid them with the knowledge they needed to survive the next danger. And that danger was a famous one, the clashing rocks. 2 great cliffs at a narrow strait that crashed together to crush anything passing between them, then drew apart, then crashed again. A gate of stone that smashed shut on whatever tried to sail through. Phineus had told them the trick: release a dove first and let it fly through ahead of the ship. If the dove made it through, they should row with all their might in the instant after the rocks rebounded. They loosed the dove, which flew through and lost only its tail feathers to the closing rocks, and then the Argonauts rowed for their lives in the gap, and the Argo shot through as the cliffs crashed shut behind them, clipping only the very tip of the ship's stern. They were through, into the open sea beyond, the first ever to pass the clashing rocks, which, having been beaten, were said to have frozen in place forever after, never to crash again. They reached Colchis at last, the far eastern kingdom where the golden fleece hung in its grove, and here the story turns, because the king of Colchis had no intention of simply handing over his greatest treasure, and Jason's success or failure came to rest entirely on someone else, the king's own daughter, a young woman named Medea, who was a powerful sorceress, and who is one of the most formidable and ultimately most terrifying figures in all of Greek mythology. The goddesses who favoured Jason caused Medea to fall desperately, helplessly in love with him the moment she saw him. And Medea, in the grip of that love, chose to betray her own father and her own kingdom to help this foreign stranger win the fleece and live. Everything Jason accomplishes in Colchis, he accomplishes because Medea makes it possible. Remember that, because it matters enormously for how the Greeks judged him later. The king of Colchis set Jason a series of impossible tasks to earn the fleece, and they were genuinely impossible, designed to be lethal. He had to yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls with hooves and horns of bronze, and plough a field with them, then sow that field with dragon's teeth, from which would instantly spring up a crop of armed warriors who would attack him. Medea gave him the secrets to survive both. She gave him an ointment that protected his skin from the bull's fire for a day, so he could yoke the burning creatures unharmed and plough the field. And when the sown dragon's teeth sprang up as an army of armed men rising out of the earth, Medea had told him the trick: throw a stone into their midst. The warriors, unable to tell who had struck them, turned on each other in confusion, and the whole crop of earth-born soldiers undid one another while Jason stood back, exactly as Cadmus had once done with another field of dragon's teeth when he founded the city of Thebes. But that's a thread for the Theban story still to come. Jason completed the impossible tasks, every one on Medea's knowledge alone. And still the king would not give up the fleece, and now plotted to undo Jason and the Argonauts by treachery in the night. So Medea took the final step, the one there was no coming back from. She led Jason herself to the sacred grove where the fleece hung, and used her magic to put the sleepless guardian dragon to sleep at last, singing it into the only slumber it had ever known, so that Jason could take the golden fleece down from the tree. And then she fled with him, abandoning her father and her homeland entirely, boarding the Argo as it slipped away by night with the fleece aboard, throwing in her whole fate with this foreign hero she had given everything to help. The quest was won, but it was won by Medea, at the cost of Medea's betrayal of everyone she'd been, and the Greeks never let Jason forget that he owed all of it to her, and Medea's love, so total that it would betray a father and a kingdom, was exactly the kind of love that, if it were ever betrayed in turn, would become something the world had no defence against. Jason was about to spend years not understanding that, and the understanding, when it came, would be the most harrowing tragedy in all of Greek myth. They escaped Colchis pursued by the king's fleet, and Medea, to slow the pursuit, did something so dark that it tells you exactly what she was capable of. I'll keep it soft. But she ensured her own brother's end and scattered the evidence in the ship's wake, knowing her grieving father would have to stop and gather the remains, buying the Argo time to escape. It was a chilling act, and it was done out of devotion to Jason, and it should have warned him forever about the nature of what loved him. The Argonauts sailed home to Iolcus at last with the Golden Fleece, the impossible quest completed, and Jason returned to claim his throne, having lost and gained heroes along the way, having seen the edge of the world, and having brought home a sorceress whose love was the most dangerous force any of them had encountered on the whole voyage. What became of Jason and Medea afterward is one of the bleakest turns in all these stories, and it's the great cautionary tale about betraying the person who gave up everything for you. Medea used her terrible cleverness once more on Jason's behalf, tricking the usurper Peleus into an end at the hands of his own loving daughters who didn't understand what they were doing, clearing the throne for Jason through one more piece of ruthless sorcery. And then, after all of it, after she had abandoned her home and undone her own family and committed unspeakable acts purely out of devotion to him, Jason set her aside. Years later, settled in the city of Corinth, he decided to marry a princess instead, a younger, more advantageous match, a respectable royal bride to replace the foreign sorceress who had made his entire career possible. He betrayed Medea coldly and for advancement, treating her as an embarrassment to be discarded now that she'd served her purpose. And Medea, who had already proven she would destroy anyone, even her own blood for love of Jason, turned that same boundless capacity around and visited upon him a revenge so complete and so terrible that it became the definition of a scorned love turned monstrous. The Greeks staged it as one of their greatest tragedies. I'll hold the details in shadow, as we have all night, but know that Medea took from Jason everything he had thrown her over to gain, and more, the new bride, and worse, far worse, striking at Jason through the people he loved most in the world, even at a cost to herself that no ordinary person could have borne. She left him with nothing, alive but utterly undone, and escaped beyond his reach entirely, carried away in a chariot drawn by dragons, untouchable, having balanced the account in full. It is the harshest lesson in a night full of hard lessons, that the person who loves you enough to betray the whole world for you can, if you betray them in turn, become the one force in the world you cannot survive. Jason, who had braved the clashing rocks and the sleepless dragon and the edge of the world, was undone in the end not by any monster, but by his own faithlessness to the woman who had carried him through all of it. He'd been warned, really, the whole time. He'd watched her abandon her father and undo her brother for his sake. And he'd somehow concluded that such devotion would always run in his favour. He grew old alone and unloved. The great hero who won the Golden Fleece ended in obscurity, and the stories say his life finally slipped away when a rotting beam from the Argo itself, the old ship, drawn up on shore as a monument, his one remaining glory, fell upon him as he sat beneath it remembering, undone by a falling piece of his own legend. The Greeks did love their bitter endings. No one in all of Greek mythology tried harder to escape his fate than a man named Oedipus, and no one ran more directly into it by running away. His whole life is the story of a prophecy that came true precisely, and only because everyone involved was so desperate to prevent it. It began, as these things do, before he was born with his parents, Laius and Jocasta, the king and queen of Thebes. Laius received a prophecy from the oracle so terrible that it shaped everything that followed, that if he ever had a son, that son would one day bring about his father's end and then marry his own mother. The most appalling fate the Greeks could imagine, foretold before the child even existed. And so when Jocasta did bear a son, the horrified king and queen decided to prevent the prophecy the only way they could think of, by making sure the child never grew up. They gave the infant to a servant with instructions to leave him exposed on a mountainside, his small feet pinned together. Abandoned to the wild where he could not survive and could never grow up to fulfill the prophecy. They chose, like so many in these stories, to undo their own child rather than risk the future, and like all of them, they only set the prophecy in motion by trying to stop it. Because the servant could not do it. Taking pity on the helpless infant, he did not leave the child to the mountain, but instead handed him to a shepherd from a neighbouring kingdom, who carried the baby far away to Corinth, and there the child was taken in and raised by the king and queen of Corinth, who had no children of their own, as their own son and heir. They named him Oedipus, and they raised him as a prince of Corinth, and they never told him he was not their natural child. So Oedipus grew up believing the king and queen of Corinth were his true parents, which is the crucial misunderstanding the entire tragedy turns on. He had been saved from one set of parents and raised by another, and he didn't know it. When Oedipus was grown, he heard a rumour questioning whether he was truly his parents' son, and troubled by it, he went to the oracle at Delphi to ask the truth of his birth. And the oracle did not answer the question he asked. Instead it told him the same horror it had told his real father years before, that he was fated to bring about his father's end and to marry his own mother. Oedipus, who believed his parents were the king and queen of Corinth, was shattered by this, and resolved to make absolutely certain it could never happen the only way he could see, by never going home to Corinth again, never returning to the parents he thought were his, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the people he believed the prophecy threatened. He fled Corinth deliberately to protect the very people who were not actually his parents at all, and in fleeing the false danger, he ran straight toward the real one. On the road travelling away from Corinth, Oedipus came to a place where 3 roads met, and there he encountered an older man in a chariot with his attendants, and the 2 of them quarrelled over who had the right of way, a trivial road rage dispute at a crossroads. The argument turned violent, and in the fight that followed, Oedipus, defending himself, brought about the end of the older man and most of his party, not knowing or caring who the stranger was. The man was Laius, the king of Thebes, his true father. Oedipus had fulfilled the first half of the prophecy without the faintest idea he had done so. He thought he'd simply gotten the better of a rude stranger on the road, and he walked on believing he was successfully running away from a fate he had, in that very moment, half completed. The crossroads is the dark heart of the whole story, the place where running away and arriving turn out to be the same direction. Oedipus continued on toward Thebes and found the city in crisis. It was being terrorized by the Sphinx, a monster with the face of a woman, the body of a lion, and the wings of an eagle, who sat outside the city and would not let anyone pass without answering her riddle, and undid everyone who answered wrong, which was everyone. The city was strangled, cut off, losing its people to the creature one failed traveller at a time, and the throne, newly empty, though Oedipus didn't know why, was promised to anyone who could free Thebes from the Sphinx. So Oedipus went to face her, and she posed him her famous riddle. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Travellers had puzzled and failed and been undone by it for ages. But Oedipus saw the answer, and it's worth noticing what the answer is because it's the same thing that Temple at Delphi had been telling people all along. Know thyself. The answer was man, a human being who crawls on all fours as an infant in the morning of life, walks upright on 2 legs in the noon of adulthood, and leans on a staff as a 3rd leg in the evening of old age. The riddle's answer was the human creature itself, the questioner included. Oedipus answered correctly man, and the Sphinx, defeated at last, undone by someone who finally solved her, threw herself from her rock and troubled Thebes no more. Oedipus had saved the city, and the grateful Thebans gave him exactly what had been promised, the empty throne and the hand of the newly widowed queen. He became king of Thebes, and he married the queen, Jocasta, his own mother, the woman who had borne him and pinned his infant feet and sent him to the mountain, neither of them having any idea who the other truly was. The second half of the prophecy was complete. Oedipus, who had spent his whole life fleeing the fate of harming his father and marrying his mother, had now done both, precisely, exactly as foretold, and had done them only because he'd been trying so hard not to. Every single step he'd taken to escape the prophecy had been a step toward fulfilling it. Had his parents never exposed him? Had he never been raised by strangers? Had he never fled Corinth in fear? None of it would have happened. The running was the arriving, all the way down. He reigned in Thebes for years, prosperous and respected, a good king, with Jocasta as his queen, and the 2 of them had children together, and for a long time no one knew the truth of any of it. The truth came out slowly, and the way it surfaces is the engine of the greatest of all Greek tragedies. Years into Oedipus's reign, a terrible plague fell upon Thebes, the crops failing, the people suffering, and the oracle was consulted, and the answer came back that the plague was a punishment, that the person responsible for the old King Laius's end was living in the city, unpunished, polluting it, and that Thebes would not be cleansed until that person was found and cast out. And Oedipus, this is the awful irony at the centre of it, threw himself into the investigation with the full force of a righteous king, vowing publicly to find the guilty party and exile them, not knowing he was hunting himself. He pursued the truth relentlessly, questioning everyone, demanding answers, brushing aside the warnings of those who began to suspect where it was leading, and begged him to stop. A blind prophet named Tiresias, who saw the truth, tried to warn him to let it lie, and Oedipus, in his certainty, accused the prophet of lying. Jocasta, as the pieces began to fit together in her own mind, begged her husband to abandon the search. But Oedipus could not stop. He had to know. He was a man who solved riddles, who had beaten the Sphinx with the truth, and he could not leave this one unanswered even as the answer rose up to undo him. And piece by piece it came together, the shepherd who had carried the infant away, the servant who hadn't left him to the mountain, the matching detail of the scarred and pinned feet, the timing, the crossroads where 3 roads met. Oedipus assembled the full horror of it himself, with his own relentless questioning, that he was the exposed infant, that Laius was his father, that the stranger at the crossroads had been that father, that Jocasta his wife was Jocasta his mother, that he himself was the polluting presence destroying Thebes, the guilty man he had vowed to hunt down and cast out. He had solved the last riddle, and the answer, once again, was himself. The Greeks built the whole tragedy on the unbearable moment of that recognition, a good and intelligent man who had done everything in his power to be good, discovering that he had unknowingly committed the very horrors he'd spent his life fleeing, and that his entire happy reign had been built on them. What followed, I'll keep in the soft shadow we've kept all night. Jocasta, unable to bear the truth, ended her own life, and Oedipus, finding her, was so overcome with anguish and self-horror that he blinded himself, put out his own eyes, so that he would no longer have to look upon the world or the people he had wronged, the man who had seen the answer to every riddle choosing never to see anything again. He who had solved the riddle of sight chose darkness. And then, keeping the vow he had made when he thought he was hunting someone else, he had himself cast out of Thebes, a blind, ruined exile, led away from the city he had saved and ruled, to wander the world as the most undone figure in all of Greek tragedy. The king who answered the Sphinx, brought to nothing by the one truth he could not stop himself from uncovering. There's a quieter ending the Greeks gave him, much later, after years of blind wandering, accompanied and cared for by his loyal daughter Antigone, who led her father by the hand across the land. In his final days, Oedipus came to a sacred grove near Athens, and there, at the very end, something like grace was extended to him. The gods, in some tellings, took him from the world gently and mysteriously in that holy place, his suffering finally complete, his exile finally over, his passing marked as something almost blessed after a lifetime of being cursed. The most fated and most undone man in all the myths was allowed, at the last, a peaceful end in a sacred grove, which the Greeks seem to have offered as a kind of mercy, that a man who suffered so much through no true fault of his own, who only ever tried to do right and was destroyed by a fate set before his birth, had earned, finally, some rest. His daughter Antigone, who led him faithfully to the end, would return to Thebes and to a tragedy of her own. A story about whether the laws of the gods or the laws of a king should govern how we treat those who are gone, but that's a tragedy for another night, and we are nearly at the end of ours. The deep truth the Greeks kept circling in the story of Oedipus is the one that runs under this whole night, that there are forces larger than any of us, that fate and the gods move in ways we cannot outwit, and that the harder we run from what we're afraid of, the more surely our running carries us toward it. They did not find this comforting, exactly, but they found it true, and they told it without flinching, a good man, undone by a fate he never chose and could not escape, and granted, only at the very end, after everything, a little peace. We've come a long way tonight, you and I, all the way from a yawning emptiness before anything existed, up the side of a cloud-wrapped mountain, down into the grey country of the departed, across a wine-dark sea, and through the gates of more than one doomed city. The lamps are nearly out now. Let me gather the last of it together gently, in the quiet that's left. Think back, if you're still with me and not already drifting, over everyone we've met. The yawning gap at the very beginning, and steady old Gaia rising out of it, the first king of everything undone by his youngest son, and that son undone in turn by his, and the dread of that pattern passed down like an heirloom no one wanted. A baby hidden in a cave on Crete while armoured dancers clashed their shields to cover his crying. 3 brothers casting lots for the sky and the sea in the country of the dead. A wise daughter born from a splitting headache, and bright twins born on a rock that used to float, and a messenger who stole a herd of cattle on the first day of his life, and invented a musical instrument out of a tortoise before lunch. A mother whose grief invented winter, and a daughter who became a queen of the dark and comes back up every spring. A friend of humanity bound to a rock for the crime of bringing us fire, and a curious woman who opened a jar and let everything out but hope, and then the people, wandering into trouble the way people do. Perseus with his mirror-bright shield, never looking directly at the thing he'd come to fight. A man who flew too high on wings of wax, and a father who could only gather the feathers off the water afterward. A hero who beat the most inescapable maze ever built with nothing but a ball of string, and forgot, in the end, to change a sail. The strongest man alive grinding through 12 impossible labours to atone for a grief that was never his fault, and going down alive into the country of the dead and coming back up, which almost no one ever does. A musician who charmed the whole underworld and lost everything anyway in a single backward glance, a hair's breadth from the light. A young man who could not stop looking at his own reflection, and a nymph who faded to nothing but a voice still answering from the hills. A war that lasted 10 years and turned on one man's rage, and ended not with a victory, but with 2 enemies weeping together in a tent over the same grief. A clever king who took 20 years to come home, who gave up immortality and a goddess to get back to an aging wife and a bed rooted in a living olive tree, and an old dog who waited the whole 20 years and held on just long enough to see him. A ship full of heroes chasing a golden fleece to the edge of the world, and the sorceress whose love won it all, and whose betrayal undid the man she'd won it for, and a king who ran from a prophecy his entire life in every direction he could find, and discovered at the crossroads that the running had been the arriving all along. It's a lot of grief when you lay it all out like that. The Greeks were not gentle with their heroes. They loved them, and they watched them fall, and they wrote down both with the same steady hand, because they were interested, above almost everything, in what it actually means to be a mortal creature in a world run by forces far larger than yourself. Forces that are proud and jealous and capricious, and only sometimes kind. They looked at human life squarely, at the work and the aging and the losses, at how the cleverest plan goes wrong and the strongest hero stumbles, and the most careful precaution brings about the very thing it meant to prevent. They did not pretend any of it was fair. The vast grey middle of the underworld, where most people end up, is not a punishment and not a reward. It's just the quiet, ordinary forever that the Greeks honestly expected for the ordinary many, themselves included. But here is the thing I keep coming back to, in the last of the dark, and I think it's the thing they were really trying to tell us underneath all the monsters and the thunder. For all their fascination with fate and glory and the grand heroic deaths, the moments the Greeks made most beautiful, the ones they polished until they still shine 3,000 years later, are almost all small and human. An old king kissing the hands of the man who took his son, and the 2 of them weeping together. A husband recognized by the secret of a bed he built around a living tree. An old dog lifting his head one last time. A wife unweaving by night the shroud she wove by day, to keep faith with a man everyone else believed was gone. The greatest warrior who ever lived, standing among the dead, saying he would trade every scrap of his glory just to be a poor living man labouring in a field under the sun. And a clever king turning down eternity itself, turning down never growing old, never passing on, to go home to a mortal life that would end, because it was his, and because the people in it were his, and because that, in the end, was worth more to him than living forever. That's the quiet truth at the bottom of the whole glittering, violent, sorrowful pile of it. Not the thunder, not the labours, not the glory that gets you remembered. Just the ordinary mortal things. A home, a faithful wife, an old dog, a bed rooted in the ground, one more day of breathing the upper air, held up, again and again, as the things actually worth wanting. The Greeks built 1,000 years of gods and monsters and heroes, and what they kept saying through all of it, more and more softly the closer you listen, is that the small human life you already have is the treasure the heroes kept reaching for and losing. The people who first told these stories are long gone now, the ones who sat in the firelight and passed them along, the ones who left out bowls of wine and honey and hoped the thunder wouldn't notice them. They lived their own small mortal lives, and they're part of that vast quiet country now, the way we all will be. But the stories they told are still here, still turning over in the dark, still true. You don't have to remember any of it. That's not what tonight was for. The names can blur and the labours can run together, and Perseus and Theseus and Heracles can melt into one bright figure with a sword. And that's all right. These stories have survived 3,000 years of people half remembering them by firelight. And they'll survive your drifting off too. They were always meant to be told in the dark, to people on the edge of sleep. The way they're being told now. That's the oldest use there is for a story like these. So let the mountain fade, and the grey country, and the wine-dark sea. Let the gods settle back onto their thrones, and the heroes lie down at last. The hearth is warm. Hestia is tending the fire, the way she always has, asking nothing, in the middle of everything. There's nothing left to do tonight, and nowhere you need to go, and the whole long age of gods and monsters can keep until morning, or keep forever, whichever you'd prefer. Rest now. You've earned it, the way the heroes rarely got to. Sleep well, and good night.